For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Circuit Assen has lots of tight curves and technical sections that require precise steering and good grip. Acceleration and top speed are important too. But the real challenge is how well the car can stay glued to the track through those sharp bends. So I want a car that's nimble, responsive, and able to maintain stability when pushing through the corners. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock's ticking down, and I don't want anyone missing out on their chance to watch these AI drivers battle it out. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic matchup. Both cars are from 1971, so we're talking about some serious vintage muscle here. Joan Wolf's Alfa Romeo March 711 is known for its agility and sharp handling, perfect for circuit racing. On the other hand, Oscar Wolf's Matra M 120B has a reputation for its aerodynamic design and reliable performance. Given the track at Assen with those sweeping curves and technical sections, I'd say the Alfa might have a slight edge in agility. But don't count out the Matra. If it manages to get a good start and maintain its speed on the straights, it could very well take the win. My money's on Joan Wolf's Alfa, but this is one of those races where either car could surprise us. It'll come down to who handles the twists and turns with more finesse. Let's watch and see which vintage legend comes out on top. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Circuit Assen, and leading the pack is the Bot Tryfon 93 in a classic 1971. Lotus 72. See, looks like style and history are on the front row today. Let's see if they can hold that pole position or if someone else has plans. Tryfon 93 has shot off the line to take an early lead. Iron Cross Wooden Cross is holding strong in second place. Detoxins is hanging in tight behind them in third. Looks like a close fight already. Linnilak is climbing fast, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross has grabbed the lead, moving up 1 spot. Fish the Husky is also on the move, now in third after gaining 1 position. Fish the Husky just gained 1 spot, and is now in second place. Fish the Husky and Iron Cross Wooden Cross are nose to nose for the lead. Tryfon 93 and Fish the Husky are also close, fighting for second place. SS Davin Games is climbing fast into 14th place, overtaking 3 cars. Official Class Alive is also making moves up to 15th, overtaking 3 cars. Deskies is on a roll, jumping 5 places into 16th, overtaking 5 cars. Detoxins and Ironcross Ordencross are nose to tail for third place. Nibes climbing up to fifth. Looks like a little upgrade there. Detoxins is climbing up to third place. Evolution and 154 is making a move to 8th. Official Classy Live and Esteban Games are locked in a close fight for 14th. Official Classy Life just moved up one spot to 14. TPPA is gaining on Lin Lilac, closing the gap by 140 seconds. TPPA is closing in on Lin Lilac rapidly, the gap shrinking by 15.9 seconds. Theskis has gained one position and is now in the 15th place. Detoxins is closing in on Fish to Husky, cutting the gap by a second. Evolution 954 has climbed one spot to 7th place. Oscar Wolf is making moves, jumping 2 spots to 8. Dr. Monkey 13 is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 13. Vagala Svet just nudged into the top 10, moving up 1 spot. Joe and Wolf also gained 1 position, now in 10th. Things are definitely heating up behind the leaders. Trifonanity 3 is really having a tough time dropping to 9th place. Husky Hawk is closing in on Direct Official fast, just 7.1 seconds behind now. Fish to Husky is on the rise, claiming the top spot from nowhere. Joan and Wolf is closing in on Team Tenatia, now just 15.2 seconds behind. Trifonanity is having a tough time and has dropped 12 places to 21st. Team Tenatia is climbing up the field, now in 9th place. Joey Pastrami climbs to 21st place. TPPPA advances to 22nd. Ala Ghost moves up to 23rd. Looks like the pack is tightening. Theskis is driving a 1971 BRMP 160 and is currently in 15th place. Their lap time is over 2 minutes, so the race is not going well. Team Tenatea is driving a BRMP 160 and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is over a minute slower than the leaders, so it looks like a tough race for them. Wow, Fish to Husky. You really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Fish to Husky, you just crossed that finish line like a true champion. Congratulations on the win, you totally dominated out there. Looks like all those hours of racing practice paid off. Keep it up and maybe next time you'll even break your own record. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1967 F1 cars were some of the last to feature narrow, tall tires that made the cars look like they were wearing stilts? It's true. It gave them a pretty unique look and a bumpy ride, which I guess made racing even more adventurous. Alright. We've got a classic showdown here with two vintage beauties. The McLaren M5A is a legendary car, known for its agility and smooth handling back in the day. On the other hand, the Eagle Mark I, T1, has a reputation for stability and a bit of that aggressive racing spirit. Given the track is Autodromo de Antioquia, with its mix of tight turns and fast straights, my bet is leaning toward the McLaren. It's got that extra finesse that could make all the difference around those curves. But hey, with vintage cars like these, anything can happen. Buckle up, folks. This might be a photo finish. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Autodromo de Antioquia, with Botak Vethi and pole in a classic 1967 B. Arnon P80. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition, or if it's about to get overtaken. Akvea has taken an early lead. Zassater is right behind in second, and Tug On It TTV is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Oakswolf is driving a Cooper T81B, a classic 1967 F1 car. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady, but not making much progress. Looks like a quiet race for now. Sputnik NZ is climbing to 11th place. Stabiger Killams is now in 13th place. Both are making moves, but still a bit behind the leaders. Oakswolf just overtook Shoot 'Em Up for 7th place. They're nose to tail in this close fight. Oscar Wolf and Tug On It TTV are nose to tail for 3rd place. Abla Aziz is climbing fast, now in 8th. Shoot 'Em Up and Ablaze are locked in a close fight for 8th. Oscar Wolf is climbing up one spot to third place. Tugonet DTV and Oscar Wolf are nose to nose, fighting hard for that third spot. Tugonet DTV is climbing up to third place now. Oscar Wolf is right behind, and they're locked in a close fight for that third spot. Oscar Wolf is climbing to third place. The VODS 84 is closing in on Tugonet TTV, cutting the gap by a second. Stabigao Killings is moving up to 12th place. Ablaza is driving a Brabham B24, a classic F1 car known for its innovative design. Their race seems steady at 9th place, not making much noise but holding position. The VODS 84 is driving a Lotus 49, which is known for its innovative aerodynamics. They are currently in 6th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The Golnerd is driving a Lotus 49, which is known for its innovative aerodynamics and lightweight design. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, currently in the 13th place, and quite a bit behind the leader. Akvaithi is leading in a 1967B RMP 83. A car known for its innovative aerodynamics and power. They seem to be comfortably ahead with the fastest lap of the race, indicating strong pace. Tugonet DTV is driving the Eagle Mark 1T1G, which is known for its lightweight design and agility. They're currently in 4th place, just behind the leaders, with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 30 seconds, and 87 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding their own so far. Akvaithi is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. The VODS 84 just overtook Tugonet TTV and is now in 4th place. Looks like that battle for 4th is heating up. Tugonet TTV is climbing to 4th place. Ablaz is also moving up to 6th. Looks like they're both on the rise. Ogswolfian is driving a Cooper T81B, a classic British racing car. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady with a decent lap time but not quite challenging the top. Looks like they're keeping it clean so far. Zolichadong Nini 1 is driving a Lotus 49, starting in 10th place. They're currently holding on to that position with a decent lap time of 129.2999. Looks like they're keeping it steady so far. Congratulations to Akvaithi on winning the race. Looks like someone was in a league of their own today. Well deserved. Wow, Akvaithi really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on taking the win. You've definitely earned that trophy. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Here's a fun fact for you. The Autodromo Oscar Juan Gonçalves track, located in Argentina, is known for its unique elongated shape, which makes it look like a giant figure 8. It's like the track decided to give drivers a little extra challenge and a bit of a scenic tour around the city of Buenos Aires. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, I'd say it's a total toss-up. Neither of them has a known track record, so my guess is as good as flipping a coin. But hey, maybe the lack of info means they're both secretly some of the best drivers out there, just hiding in the shadows. Or maybe they'll just have a fun race and nobody will really know who's better until they cross the finish line. Only time will tell. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Autodromo Oscar Juan Galvez. Leading the pack is the bot Lithocarp in the pole position, piloting a 2018 Honda Indy car. Let's see if they can hold that lead or if the rest of the AI cars have a few tricks up their sleeves. Lithocarp is leading the race right now, holding the top spot. Fishing is right behind in second place, trying to catch up. U20 Plays is currently in third, not far off the pace. Fishing's just overtook and is now leading the race. Lithocarp and Fishing's are nose to nose for the top spot. Lazy Towner and U20 Plays are battling hard for third place. Lithocarp takes the lead at the front of the pack. U20 Plays is right behind in second. Lazy Towner is closing in on the top three. Albomzi is just ahead of Fishings by a car length. Jerk Plays has a slight edge over Basket and VD2. Elitsatone 95 is trying to hold off Quiz 44, but they're closing in. Lazy Towner is climbing up to second place. Botka Morning has moved up to fifth. Botka Morning and Fishings are nose to nose fighting for fourth. Lazy Towner and Lithocarp are nose to tail at the front. Albomzi just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Botka Morning and Albomzi are trading paint for fifth place. Lazy Towner is now in first place. Lithocarp and Lazy Towner are neck and neck for the lead. Wolf of Eco has climbed to 7th place. Lithocarp just overtook and is now in first place. Lazy Towner and Lithocarp are still neck and neck for the lead. U20 Plays and Lazy Towner are fighting hard for second place. Lazy Towner just took the lead, claiming first place. Gishinx is closing in on U20 Plays, cutting the gap by a second. Wolf of Echo has moved up to 5th, making some moves. U20 Plays is just ahead of Lithocarp now. Looks like a close one. Wolf of Echo is trying to shake off Fishink, but they're still neck and neck. Violetta Mama and Renok T4 are trading positions. No clear winner there yet. U20 Plays and Lithocarp are nose to tail for second place. Renok T4 and Eliciton 9095 are locked in a close fight for 13th. Sputnik and Zayat and Ablize are battling it out for 16th. U20 Plays has just climbed one spot to take second place. Lithocarp and U20 Plays are nose to nose for second. Wolf of Echo has moved up one spot to 4th. Wolf of Echo and Lithocarp are battling hard for 3rd. Congratulations to Lazy Towner for winning the race. Looks like all that lounging paid off. Wow, Lazy Towner really pulled off an epic win. Congratulations! They must have been driving with the speed of a lazy Sunday afternoon and the focus of a cat chasing a laser pointer. Great job! Sure thing. Did you know that Termas de Rio Hondo is known for its hot springs, but the racing circuit is so fiery that it might make you think the track itself is trying to turn up the heat. It's one of the few places where you get a spa treatment and a racing thrill all in one. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now or forever wonder what could have been. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the track today. Alright. So we've got Lee Russell and a Lexus GAS 300 from the year 2021 in a Toyota Crown Athlete from 2013. Both solid cars, but the Lexus might have a slight edge in reliability, while the Toyota probably has a bit more modern tech. However, since we're talking AI racing here, I'd say it's more about the programming and handling on the track. The Lexus's weight and engine might give it a bit of a sluggish start, but it can make up for it in stability. The Toyota might be a tad more nimble and agile, especially with that slightly newer design. Honestly, I'd put my money on Wei Fuan and the Toyota, because sometimes the newer tech just outsmarts the older model. But hey, it's A. Anything can happen. Watch out for those surprises on the track. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Termisterio Hondo. Leading the pack is Bot Wrath 92 in a 2015 Audi S1, starting in pole position. Let's see if that slow but steady classic can hold on to the lead. Wrath 92 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Le Roussel is holding strong in second place, and Wei Fuan is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already brewing. Dr. Keeps Appleway is making a move, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Wei Fuan is climbing steadily, now in second place. Diogo Miracles is also advancing, now in 5th place after gaining 1 spot. Simple Markers just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Le Roussel and Simple Markers are nose to tail for 3rd. Ravi Graves and Theon Cleo Show are locked in a close fight for 9th. Red Panda Man 84 is climbing up to 6th place. Down to Quest and Red Panda Man 84 are locked in a close fight for 6th. Gravy Graves is also making moves, climbing to 8th place. Simple Markers just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Wei Fuan and Simple Markers are nose-to-nose fighting for 2nd. Mission Man and Gravy Graves are locked in a close duel for 8th. Wei Fuan is now in 2nd place. Gravy Graves has moved into 7th. Trifinity 3 has climbed 2 spots to 10th. Dr. Keeps Appleway is now in 11th place. Gary 710 is gaining on G Maxiite, closing the gap by almost a second and a half. Trifinity 3 is trying to hold off Mission Man for 9th place. Catgirl TM and Theon Koyusho are neck and neck for 12th. Trifinity 3 is climbing up to 9th place. Catgirl TM and Theon Koyusho are nose-to-nose for 12th. Shaozi and Catgirl TM are locked in a close fight for 13th. Mission Man and Trifinity 3 are nose to tail for 9th place. Shaozi is climbing 2 spots to 12th. Catgirl, TM and Shaozi are locked in a close fight for 12th. Down to Quest and Gravy Graves are neck and neck for 7th place. Shaozi just gained 1 spot to sit in 11th. Shaozi and Mission Man are locked in a close fight for 10th. Simple Markers just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Wei Fuan and Simple Markers are nose-to-nose for 2nd. Gravy Graves is closing in on Red Panda Man 84, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Simple Markers is closing in on Wrath 92, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Catgirl TM is climbing up to 12th place. Gary 710 and G Maxiate are locked in a fierce fight for 15th place. Trifinity3 is narrowing the gap to Gravy Graves by 2 seconds. Dr. Keep Sapaway has climbed 1 spot to 10th place. Catgirl TM has also moved up 1 spot to 11. Simple Markers just overtook the leader, now in first place. Wrath 92 and Simple Markers are nose to nose at the front. Trifinity3 is closing in on Gravy Graves, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Wrath 92 is now in the lead, taking the top spot. Shalesy is closing in on Trifinity3, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. Down to Quest has moved up 1 position to 12. Gary 710 just overtook Mission Man and is now in the 13th place. Mission Man is not giving up easily though. They are still close behind. This battle for 13 is heating up. Simplamarcus and Wrath 92 are neck and neck for first place. G Maxiate is climbing up to 15. Rekoharu G is narrowing the gap to Velocitor 14 by 1.3 seconds. Shalesy just nudged into 8th place. Trifinity3 and Shalesy are still nose to tail for that spot. Gary 710 is creeping up to 12th. Shalesy just snuck into 7th place. Dr. Keep Sapaway is closing the gap on Trifinity3 fast enough to make it interesting. Down Talkwist is climbing up to 13th, slowly but surely. Trifinity3 is trying to hold off Gravy Graves for 8th place. Demaxia is pushing hard to stay ahead of Mission Man for 14. Wow, Wrath 92, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what an incredible performance from Wrath 92. Congratulations on taking the win. That was some serious driving. Looks like all those virtual laps really paid off. Can't wait to see if you can keep up that winning streak. Here's a fun fact for you. NASCAR trucks racing trucks are actually based on production models, but they're heavily modified for racing. That means behind all the speed and aggressive looks, there's a truck you could kind of imagine seeing on the street. If that street was a racetrack, and the trucks had a supercharged makeover. Talk about taking a workhorse and turning it into a racehorse. Well, considering the cars, I would say chubby boy RJ in the Chevrolet Silverado might have a slight edge. The Silverado is known for its durability and might handle the oval with a bit more confidence. Gishta Husky's Toyota Tundra is solid, but maybe a touch less aggressive for this kind of racing. So, my bet is on the Silverado to take the lead and maybe even win this round. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. So let's see who really has the fastest virtual wheels. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Ring Oval, and look who's on pole. Bot Trash crashed in a 2011 Dodge Ram. Guess he's feeling nostalgic today. Let's see if that old beast can hold the lead. Trash Crashton has taken an early lead, with Rome Spider right behind in second. Prodigy Place 58 is holding on to third, but it's still very close. Rome Spider takes the lead, claiming first place. Unclearly Gaming moves up to third. Unclearly Gaming and Trash Crashton are nose-to-nose for second. Trash Crashton just overtook Rome Spider for the lead. Gishta Husky is closing in on Unclearly Gaming for third. The race is heating up at the front. Frankenbalz is on the move, climbing up to 13th place. Rome Spider is holding strong at the front and first. Unclearly Gaming and Trash Crashton are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Wolf's Light just sneaked into 6th place. Prodigy Place 58 and Wolf's Light are practically glued together for that spot. Drew Orfels is climbing up to 9th. Looks like the race is heating up. Prodigy Place 58 and Wolf's Light are neck and neck for 6th place. Drew Orfels and Daisy Shanes are locked in a close fight for 8th. Bobardo just gained 1 spot and is now 11th. Prodigy Place 58 is climbing up to 6th place. Daisy Shines and Wolf's Light are nose-to-nose for 7th. Bobardo and SS Davin Games are locked in a close fight for 10th. The Critica Leg is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 23rd. Gishta Husky and Unclearly Gaming are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Dicey Shines is inching up to 7th, no doubt eyeing a top 10 finish. Gishta Husky and Unclearly Gaming are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Wolf's Light and Daisy Canes are also fighting hard for 7th. Big Boy Bets just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Big Boy Bets and Jordan F are locked in a close duel for 12th. Timborghini Tube is on a roll, climbing to the 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Wolf's Light is making steady progress up to 7th. The battle for 6th is heating up with Wolf's Light and Prodigy Place 58 nose to tail. Druarfalls and Dicey Chains are neck and neck for 8th place. Estastavan Games and Druarfalls are battling for 9th. Sukstakat is closing in on big boy bets, trimming the gap by over a second. Sufik is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 21st. Double is dropping back, losing 10 positions to 25th. Frankenbalz is inching forward, gaining 1 place to 10th. Hishta Husky and Unclearly Gaming are nose to tail for 3rd place. Big Boy Bets just gained a spot and is now in 12th. Jordan F and Big Boy Bets are battling for 12th. Looks like a close one. Hishta Husky is climbing to 3rd place. Prodigy Place 58 is also moving up to 5th. Frankenbalz and Druarfalls are nose to nose for 9th. Chubby Boy RJ advances to 5th place. Chubby Boy RJ and Unclearly Gaming are nose to nose for 4th. Frankenbalz and Druarfalls are locked in a close fight for 9th. Bobardo is closing in on Unknown Tactics, now just 5.6 seconds behind. Chubby Boy RJ has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Unclearly Gaming and Chubby Boy RJ are battling it out for 4th place, nose to tail. Wolf's Light just sneaked into 6th place. Prodigy Place 58 and Wolf's Light are nose to tail for 6th. Dicey Chains and Prodigy Place 58 are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Dicey Shines just sneaked into 7th place. Frankenbalz and Druarfalls are still nose to nose for 9th. Sustakat and Big Boy Bates are locked in a fierce fight for 12th. Gishta Husky is holding on to 2nd place, but Trash Crashton is right on his tail. Druarfalls and Prodigy Place 58 are swapping positions in that tight fight for 8th. Frankenbalz and Druarfalls are also neck and neck for 9th. This race is shaping up to be a real close one. Wow! Rome Spider really spun their web of victory at Lausitzring Oval. Congratulations on taking the top spot. Wow, Rome Spider really pulled off a fantastic victory. Congratulations on crossing that finish line first. I guess all those hours in the virtual garage finally paid off. Great job! Here's a fun fact for you. Vintage supercars are like the rock stars of the racing world, but instead of guitars, they come with roaring engines and shiny paint jobs. They often competed in the most glamorous races of their time, and many of their designs have influenced modern supercars. It's like watching a history lesson with a lot of horsepower. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is ticking down faster than a race car on a straightaway. Get those selections in before the buzzer and let's see which machine dominates the track. Alright. So we've got New Texum in a classic Plymouth Roadrunner, and Base Nazart 2 in a mighty Dodge Charger Daytona. Both are legendary muscle cars. But the Roadrunner is known for its straightforward power and reliability, while the Daytona is a real speed demon, with some serious aerodynamics and big engine vibes. On Apricot Hill Reverse, where handling and brakes can be just as important as raw speed, I'd probably lean toward the Dodge Charger Daytona as the favorite. It's built for straight-line speed, but also sports a shape that might help it handle those tricky corners a little better. That said, it's a close call, and depends on how well the AI can manage steering on those tight turns. I'd say the Charger Daytona might have a slight edge, but don't count out the Roadrunner, sneaking in for the unexpected win. We'll see how it plays out. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Apricot Hill Reverse, and look at that. Bot Hickory Hamsam is on pole, cruising in a vintage 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. Who's ready for some classic muscle action? Hickory Hamsam is leading the race from the front. Lord Betril is right behind in second place. Tredo Gamerata is holding on to third for now. Let's see if anyone can challenge them early on. Senyahima is climbing up to 6th place. Emerald Tick 398 has gained 2 spots and is now in 8th. Neotexum and Emerald Tick 398 are nose to tail for 8th place. Emerald Tick 398 and Famaka are nose to nose for 7th place. Bazanidzartvu just climbed 1 spot to 10th. Joey Vaughn is also on the move, up 1 to 12th. Senyahima and Eden Flash are neck and neck for 5th place. Emerald Tick 398 is climbing up to 7th. Joey Vaughn is making a move to 11th. Senyahima is climbing 1 spot to take 5th place. Basanitvu and Neotexum are locked in a close fight for 9th. Whip 3 out 25 and 2 Peas into Podcast are battling it out for 20th. Famaka is closing in on Emerald Tick 398, cutting the gap by over a second. Basenazard is climbing up to take the 9th spot. Looks like Fafamaka and Basenazard 2 are about to have a showdown for 8th place. Neotexum is climbing up to 9th place. Basenazard and Neotexum are nose to nose for that spot. Nargutsu is making a little progress to 23rd. Basenatuo is climbing to 8th place. Big Boy Bets is now in 9th after moving up 2 spots. Buchitsero is up to 12th, gaining 1 position. Buchitsero and Neotexum are nose to tail for 11th place. Wolfslight just gained 1 spot, now in 14th. Naturalian Lucky and Wolfslight are also battling for 14th. Senyahima just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Senyahima and Cherogamireza are nose to nose for 3rd. Senyahima is in a close fight with someone for 4th. Big Boy Bets just overtook someone to climb to 8th place. Basnizatwu and Big Boy Bets are nose to nose for that 8th spot. Neo Texum is making a move up to 10th place. True or False is really having a rough time, dropping 7 spots to 29. Naturally Yunlucky is climbing steadily up to 14. Captain Trippy and Yama Priest are locked in a close fight for 16. Lord Buttrell takes the lead, claiming 1st place. Tsinyahima climbs up to 3rd. Yama Priest makes a nice jump, now in 14th. Whip 3L25 is holding off Navling by a car length. Taknesty and Allen 656 are nose to tail for 26. Cherogameraza just edged ahead of the other driver for 4th place. Big Boy Bets and Emerald Tick 398 are still neck and neck for 7th. Someone just moved up 1 spot into 4th. Sanyahima and Hikori Hamsam are nose to nose for 2nd place. Big Boy Bets just gained a spot and is now 7th. Buchizero is also climbing, now 12th. Sanyahima is climbing to 2nd place. Midogutsu has gained 2 spots and is now in 17th. Global Esel Nagatsu are nose to nose for 17th. Navling is holding the inside line, but 2 Piece into Podcast is trying to squeeze through. They're almost wheel to wheel for that 20th spot. Wow! Look at that! Hikoriamzam just took the top spot. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice job! Sure. The 1994 Alfa Romeo 1 55 Q4 was quite the trailblazer, because it was one of the first to feature all-wheel drive in a compact rally car, making it a real cornering daredevil. It combined Italian flair with serious rally prowess, proving that even a stylish sedan could also kick serious gravel. Pretty impressive for a car that looks as sleek as a piece of art. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your dream medal yet, now's the time to get your act together. The clock's ticking down faster than a race car on a straightaway. Don't miss out on the chance to see these AI cars battle it out in style. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Mutvov in the 1992 Nissan 240SX versus Max Spirelli in the 1987 Honda Civic Si. I mean, the 240X is known for its rear-wheel drive and decent power, but the Civic Si is lighter and more agile, especially in the hands of an AI. Given the cars and the track, I'd say the Civic might have a slight edge on Bathurst, especially if Max Spirelli's AI skill is high. But don't count out the 240X hanging in there with its potential for some drifting fun. It's going to be a close race, and honestly, I'm just here for the spectacle. Who do you think will take the victory? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Bathurst, and leading the pack is the Retro Slow Cars class. Driving the iconic 1995 Honda Integra Type R is Bot Belthane the Beast taking the pole. Let's see if that nostalgic beauty can hold off the competition. Simple Markers is taking an early lead, holding the first place. Belthane the Beast is right behind in second, and Detoxins is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Lokaidu is making a move, climbing 3 places to 23rd. Belthane the Beast is holding strong at the front, now in first. Screwchamp is also on the rise, moving 2 spots to second. Romeophis 13 just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Simple Markers and Romeophis 13 are nose-to-nose for that spot. Mootwolf is making a move up to 10th place. Mootwolf and Amr Pinkwolf are locked in a close fight for 9th. Evolution 954 climbs to 12th place. Max Spirelli and Evolution 954 still neck and neck for 12. Sufik is catching Riswa Chingyo, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Sufik and Riswa Chingyo are fighting for 15. Mootwolf is right behind Mare Pinkwolf now, just a second and a half away. Celestia Linari is gaining on Zufik, closing the gap by a full second. Botka Moning is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to sit in the 18th position. Bill the Old Guy and Orange Funk are neck and neck for 7th place. Botka Moning is closing in on Celestia Linari, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Dairock Official has moved up 1 spot to 20. Detoxins and Scroogechamp are nose to tail for 2nd place. Zooksterkat is climbing up to 5th, inching past Simple Markers. Simple Markers and Zooksterkat are locked in a close fight for 5th. Romeophista team is making a move for 2nd place. Zooksterkat is climbing to 4th. Bill Hyolgai is edging closer to the top 10. Detoxins is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to second place. Evolution 954 is inching closer, now in 10th. Justin Gilks is also making moves, now in 11th. Mare Pink Wolf is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Max Beerley is inching up to 15. Vodka Mooning is also making progress, now in 17th. Mare Pink Wolf is inching closer to Mutt Wolf, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. They're battling it out for 9th place. Celestial Inari is climbing up 1 spot to 17. Evolution 954 just climbed 1 spot to take 10th place. Mare Pink Wolf and Evolution 954 are nose to tail for 10th. Vodka Mooning is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 16. Detoxins is now in 1st place. Guilty Old Guys gaining on simple markers, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Evolution 954 is catching up to Mutt Wolf, reducing the distance by 1 second. Vodka Mooning is closing in on Rizwachingil, cutting the gap down to just over a second. They're battling hard for the 14th place. Le Kaiju and Rekoharuji are nose-to-nose for the 19th spot. Scrooge Champ and Belthanethi Beast are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Suksterkat is closing in on Rummy Fizz 13, the gap shrinking fast. Evolution 954 is catching Mutt Wolf, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Scrooge Champ is climbing up to 2nd place. Belthanethi Beast and Scrooge Champ are nose to tail for 2nd. Suksterkat is chopping down the gap to Rummy Fizz 13 by 2 seconds. Belthanethi Beast is now in 2nd place. Justin Gilks is gaining on Mare Pink Wolf, closing the gap by a little over 1.5 seconds. Le Caillou has moved up to 17. Vodka Mooning and Justin Gilks are nose to tail for 12th place. Le Caillou is catching Max Spirally fast, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Shota Todoroki 39 is also on the move, chipping away at Zufik's lead by 1.2 seconds. Filthy Old Guy just moved up to 6th place. Orange Funk is narrowing the distance to simple markers by 1.3 seconds. Justin Gilks is chipping away at Mare Pink Wolf's lead, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Simple Markers and Filthy Old Guy are neck and neck for 6th place. Justin Gilks is closing the gap on Mare Pink Wolf, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Le Kaiju has climbed 1 spot to 15. Suksterkat is closing in on Rummy Fizz 13, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Evolution 954 has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Vodka Mooning has also gained 1 spot, now in 12th. Vodka Mooning just overtook Mare Pink Wolf for 11th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is closing in on Zufik, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Bees McGee is driving a 1986 Alfa Romeo Spider QV. They're currently in 23rd place, and seem to be struggling with the pace, as their fastest lap is over 3 minutes 20 seconds. Lucayu climbs to 14th place. Sufik advances to 19. Dirok official is catching Bees McGee, closing the gap by 1.25 seconds. Well, look at Detoxins taking the checkered flag. And Didenti. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice work. Wow. Detoxins really sped past everyone at the end. Congratulations on the win. That was one impressive drive. Can't wait to see what they do next time. Sure thing. Did you know that Altamont Raceway Park was originally built in the 1960s and was famous for hosting some of the craziest amateur and local races? It's like the wild backyard barbecue of racetracks, but with way more speed and way fewer burgers. Nowadays, it's a nostalgic spot for racing fans who love a bit of history mixed with a whole lot of adrenaline. Alright everyone. Remember, each driver in this simulator has their own personality and style. No two are exactly the same, so expect some surprises and maybe a little chaos on the track. It's like a virtual jungle out here with unique characters trying to outdo each other. Let's see who can tame the beast and who's just along for the ride. Hey, everyone. If you want to stay in the loop with all the racing action, and maybe even join a team for the monthly challenge, just type !Discord in chat. A bot will then send you a link to join our Discord server. It's the best way to keep up with the latest updates, chat with other fans, and maybe even get some insider tips. So go ahead, give it a try. Hey Naiba, great to see you back. Hope you're ready for some high-speed chaos. And a warm welcome to Turbo Benzina. Glad you could join us again. Get ready to watch these AI cars race their virtual hearts out. Alright everyone, here's how it works. If you want to see your favorite car race, just type !race, followed by the number of the car you like on the list on the left. If you can't pick just one and want to leave it to chance, send multiple !race commands for each car you're torn between, and I'll pick one for you randomly. Remember, you need to type !race each time you want to enter a different car into the race. So go ahead, make your picks and let's see which car comes out on top. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost over, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which car dominates the race. Welcome back, Deplorably Apple. Glad to see you returning to the chaos. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI action. Oh wow, we've got a classic showdown here. Both cars are from the same era, which makes it a pretty tight race. The Plymouth Roadrunner is known for its straight-line speed and muscle car attitude, so I'd give it a slight edge in raw power. The Ford Torino, on the other hand, has a reputation for handling and a bit more finesse around corners. But since this is an AI race at Altamont Raceway Park, it really comes down to how the algorithms handle the car's strengths. I'd probably bet on Wei Fuan with the Plymouth just because muscle cars tend to dominate in straightaways. Still, don't count out Crazy Sweetbutt, especially if the AI is playing smart with the Torino's maneuvering. Let's see who takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, this race was thanks to Maya, so be sure to give them a big thank you. We're kicking things off at Altamont Raceway Park with the NASCAR 1970 class. And up front, on pole, we've got Bot Daragaz in a 1971 Mercury Cyclone. Let's see how this unfolds. Daragaz has taken the lead right out of the gate. Inez Savage is holding strong in second place. Crazy Sweetbutt is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Arsharun 192 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 5th. Zenina Savage is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 to lead the pack. Gerlof Diamond is making a solid push, climbing 2 spots to 8th. Crazy Sweetbutt is closing in on Daragaz like a heat-seeking missile, chipping away at the gap. Archion 192 just climbed 1 spot to 4th and is now eyeing the top 3. Crazy Sweetbutt and Archion 192 are nose to tail for 3rd place, so expect some fireworks soon. La Croissant 1980 is making a move through the field, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Archerona 192 has climbed 1 spot to 3rd. Filthy Old Guy has also gained one position, now in 4th. La Croissant 1980 just nudged Tacnesty for the 13th spot. Looks like they're neck and neck in this little showdown. Deplorably Apple is driving an AMC Matador with a decent lap time of 21.4 seconds. They're currently in the 13th position, making some progress but still a bit behind the leaders. La Croissant 1980 is climbing to 12th place. Turbo Benzina is making a move to 14th place. Naibe is advancing to 15th place. Crazy Sweet Butt is driving a Ford Torino and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is 0:21.245, so they're holding a decent pace, but not quite challenging the top. Archeroni 192 is climbing up to 2nd place. Ixnobodixel is also moving up to 10th. Maya and Ixnobodixel are nose to nose for 10th place. Darigals is climbing to 2nd place. Maya is also moving up to 10th. Ixnobodixel and Maya are nose to nose for 10th. Ixnobodixel just overtook someone to move into the top 10. Maya and Ixnobodixel are nose to tail for that position. Deplorable Apple and La Croissant 1980 are swapping paint for 12th place. Turbo Benzina just overtook someone to move up to 13. La Croissant 1980 and Turbo Benzina are nose to tail for 12th place. This is getting spicy. Deplorably Apple is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 11. Maya and Deplorably Apple are nose to nose for that 11th spot. Naibe is sneaking up 2 spots to 13. Deplorably Apple just climbed to 10th place. Ixnobodixel and Deplorably Apple are nose to nose for that spot. Naibe is sneaking up to 12th place. Ixnobodixel is climbing to 10th place. Deplorable Apple and Ixnobodixel are fighting for that same spot. Tacnesty advancing to 16th place. Deplorably Apple advances 1 spot, now in 10th place. Ixnobodixel and Deplorably Apple are neck and neck for 10th. Chubby Boy RJ climbs 1 spot, now in 13th. Archeroi 92 is climbing to 2nd place. Naibe is inching closer to the top 10. Ixnobodixel and Naibe are neck and neck for 11th. Darigos just sneaked into 2nd place. Naibe and Deplorably Apple are nose to nose for 10th. This race is heating up. La Croissant 1980 just nudged ahead of Turbo Benzina for 15th place. Looks like they're locked in a little side-by-side dance. Ixnobodixel is climbing 1 spot to take the 11th place. Naibe and Ixnobodixel are nose to tail for that same position. La Croissant 1980 is also moving up one spot to sit in 14th. Ixnobutixel is climbing nicely to 10th place. La Croissant 1980 is making a move to 12th place. Chubby Boy RJ and La Croissant 1980 are nose to tail for 12th place. La Croissant 1980 just nudged into the top 12 to 12. Deplorableeple is right behind, so this could get interesting. Deplorableeple climbs to 11th place, now battling with La Croissant 1980 for that spot. Naiba, as a moving up one position to 13th place. Looks like the fight for the lower midfield is heating up. Filthy Old Guy is really closing that gap on Archeron 192. Ixnobutixel and Blackbeard are nose to nose for 9th place. La Croissant 1980 is climbing up to 11th, making moves. Ixnobutixel and Blackbeard are neck and neck for 9th place. Naiba just gained one spot and is now 12th. Deplorableeple and Naibi are also fighting for 12th. Ixnobutixel is climbing up to 9th place. Blackbeard and Ixnobutixel are battling closely for that spot. Naibe is also making progress, moving up to 11th place. Filthy Old Guy just overtook someone to move up to 3rd place. Asheron 192 and Filthy Old Guy are nose to nose for 3rd position. Ixnobutixel and Girl of Diamond are battling fiercely for 8th place. Filthy Old Guy is climbing up to 2nd place. Crazy Sweet Butt is making a move to 3rd. Waifu1 is closing in on Archeron 92, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Filthy Guy just took the lead, moving up one spot to take 1st place. NR Savage and Filthy Guy are nose to nose for the top spot. Ixnobutixel and Naiba are battling hard for 9th place. Archeron 92 is in 8th but holding the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for a comeback. Waifu1 is closing in on Archeron 192 quickly. Deplorableeple is climbing up to 14th place. Tobu Benzina and Deplorableeple are nose to nose for that same spot. Deplorableeple climbs to 13th place. La Croissant 1980 and Deplorableeple are nose to nose for 12th. Turbo Benzina and Technesty are neck and neck for 14th. Deplorableeple advances to 12th place. Technesty climbs to 13th place. La Croissant 1980 and Technesty are nose to tail for 13th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is driving a Ford Torino with a fastest lap of 21.22 seconds. They're currently in 3rd place, holding a solid position but not quite leading the pack. Naibe is in a Plymouth Roadrunner, starting way back in 17th place. Looks like they're making some progress, but still a long way to go. Archerona 92 is driving in an AMC Matador and currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is a 20.964, the quickest among all cars so far. Looks like they're pushing hard but still have some ground to make up. Waifuan is holding on to 3rd, but is a bit behind Crazy Sweetbutt, who's in 4th. Not much room for overtakes yet, but if Waifuan can find a gap, she might still challenge. Blackbeard is driving a Ford Torino and is currently in 9th place. Their fastest lap is 0.021282. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making moves. Archerona 92 is driving an AMC Matador and is currently in 8th place. They have the fastest lap of the race so far with a 20.964. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay in the top half. Archerona 92 is driving in an AMC Matador and currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is a 20.964, which is the quickest among all the Matadors. Looks like they're pushing hard and making good progress. Turbo Benzina is driving an AMC Matador from 1971. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top contenders, with a decent lap time but no real threat to the leaders yet. Gerlof Diamond is driving an AMC Matador, starting from 10th position. They're currently in 8th place, with a fastest lap of 21.195 seconds. So they're making some progress, but still have work to do to catch the leaders. Wrestling 567 is driving a Dodge Charger, known for its muscle car heritage. They're currently in 8th place, with a fastest lap of 21.438 seconds, so they're not exactly setting the pace but still hanging in there. Senna Savage is climbing up to 2nd place. Chubby Boy RJ is making his way to 16th. Looks like some steady progress. The classic NASCAR cars are pushing their limits on this track, but the tight competition is making overtakes tricky. The Mercury Cyclone seems to be holding its own, while the Ford Torino and MC Matador are struggling to break through the pack. Crazy Sweetbutt is holding on to 2nd place, but Senna Savage is right on their tail. Chubby Boy RJ and Turbo Benzina are battling for 15th and seem to be glued together. Crazy Sweetbutt is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Chubby Boy RJ has gained 1 spot and is now in 15th. Deplorably Apple is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still quite a few places behind the leader. He might be setting up for a late charge. Wrestling 567 is driving a Dodge Charger, currently in 7th place. Their fastest lap is 0.21438, so they're not exactly setting the pace, but holding steady. Their Eagles just snuck into third place. And now Savage isn't giving up that easily. Still right behind. Looks like a close fight for that third spot. Taknusty is driving an MSC Matador from 1971, starting in 15th place. Their fastest lap is a solid 21.204 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise up front. Senar Savage is driving a Mercury Cyclone and currently sits in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite enough to challenge the leaders yet. Snowbadixel is driving a Mercury Cyclone from 1971. They're currently in 11th place, but their fastest lap is slower than some others, so they might be struggling to keep up. Blackbeard is driving a Ford Torino from 1971. They're currently in 10th place and have a lap time of 21.1750 seconds. Which is pretty solid, but not quite enough to break into the top 5. Deplorable is driving a 1971 AMC Matador, and they just set the fastest lap of the race. Looks like they're making a move and trying to shake things up. Taknusty is driving an AMC Matador from 1971, starting in 15th place. They're currently in 13th, so they're making a little progress. Their fastest lap is just over 21.2 seconds, so they're holding a decent pace. Blackbeard is driving a Ford Torino, starting from 7th place. Their fastest lap is 0:21.715, which is pretty solid. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite challenging the front runners yet. Girl of Diamond is driving an AMC Matador, starting from 10th position. They're currently in 8th, so they've gained a couple of spots. Their fastest lap is 21.19, which is pretty decent but not quite enough to challenge the top. Looks like they're holding steady. Filthy Old Guy is leading in a classic 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo from the NASCAR 1970 class. His race seems smooth with the fastest lap so far at 21.067 seconds, keeping a comfortable lead at the moment. Blackbeard is gaining on Girl of Diamond, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Deplorable has climbed one spot to 12. Taknusty and Deplorable are locked in a close fight for that 12th position. Blackbeard is driving a Ford Torino from 1971 white. They're currently in 10th place, just behind the leaders, with a decent lap time of 21.175 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves. Snowbadixel is driving a Mercury Cyclone, starting from 11th place. Their fastest lap is a 21.484, which suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Archerona 92 is driving in a MC Matador and started in 8th place. They're currently in 6th, so they've gained a couple of spots. Their fastest lap is a 20.964, which is the quickest among all the Matadors. So they're pushing hard. Looks like they're making some decent progress. Well, look at that. Filthy old guy just proved he's still got it. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Filthy old guy. You really showed those cars who's boss. Well done on winning the race. And for the rest of you, great effort. Deplorable. You snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim the timeless 1971 AMC Matador. That car's got some serious attitude. Neither, you were overtaking like a champ, and can claim the 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. Nice work on the overtakes. I can't wait to see who claims what next time. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is ticking down faster than a turbocharged race car, so get your choices in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI might just surprise us all. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. The Maserati MC12 GT1 is a beautiful machine with a lot of racing pedigree, but it's a bit older now and might struggle against newer technology. On the other hand, the Saleen 7R is known for its raw speed and aggressive handling. Given the track of Spa and the capabilities of these cars, I'd say the Saleen 7R has the edge in raw power and agility. But hey, the Maserati's sleek design and racing history could surprise us. I'd probably put my money on Lightning Thief Saleen to take the win. But don't count Relaxed Use Maserati out just yet. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Spa and the car starting at the front is the bot Hymise in a 2010 Maytech Ford GT GT1. Let's see if they can hold that lead, or if the others have surprises in store. GT's Fishman 33 has taken an early lead. Hymise is right behind in second, and Scorched Log is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Cherogamiza just nudged into 7th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Perogameta are nose to nose for 7. Oscar Wolf is inching up to 9th. Oscar Wolf and Shoto Todoroki 39 are locked in a tight fight for 8. Dr. Monkey 13 advances to 17th place. Kickass Lady X3 and Max Spirally continue their close fight for 20th. Silver Gaming moves up to 23rd. Hirogamitsa and Bees McGee are nose to tail for 6th place. Oscar Wolf and Shitoto Todoroki 39 are locked in a close fight for 8. Kickass Lady X3 is making moves, climbing up to 20. Oscar Wolf is climbing up to 8th place. The Lightning Thief has moved up to 10th place. Turbo Benzina and the Lightning Thief are nose to nose for 10th. Ishta Husky just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Turbo Benzina is climbing up to 10th. Relaxed View and the Lightning Thief are neck and neck for 11th. Shoto Todoroki 39 is really having a tough time dropping to 15. Ishta Husky is climbing nicely into 3rd. Turbo Benzina is inching up to 9th. Shoto Todoroki 39 is really having a rough time dropping to 30th place. Scorched Log and Fish to Husky are nose to nose for 3rd. Cherogamiza is catching Bees McGee fast, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Scorched Log is climbing up to 3rd place. Cherogamiza and Bees McGee are nose to nose for 6th. Oscar Wolf and Cherogamiza are locked in a close fight for 7th. Oscar Wolf and Cherogamiza are neck and neck for 7th place. Maya and Nulavi are locked in a close fight for 12th. Pamaka and Timbogini 2 are battling it out for 27th. Bees McGee is really closing the gap on Zufik now, just a second and a half behind. They're battling hard for 5th place. Turbo Benzina has just gained 1 position and is now in 8th. Scorched Log is climbing to 2nd place. Fish to Husky and Zufik are still neck and neck for 3rd. Boy, looks like a close fight there. Ishta Husky and Scorched Log are nose to tail for 2nd place. Bees McGee is inching up to take the 4th spot. Sophie and Bees McGee are locked in a close fight for 4th. Relaxed View and the Lightning Thief are locked in a tight fight for 9th place. Apia Dope is closing in on Silverbit Gaming, cutting the gap by over a second. Shoto Todoroki 39 is climbing up the field, taking 1 spot to sit in 28th. Shoto Todoroki 39 is slicing through the field to take 25th place. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 6th place. Oscar Wolf is sneaking into 7th. Relaxed View is now in 8th place after overtaking someone. The Lightning Thief and Relaxed View are still battling for 8th. Lirache is climbing up to 21st. Shota Todoroki 39 is making a move, and now in 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Oscar Wolf and Turbo Benzina are still neck and neck for 6th place. I am battling Lula Levy for 10th place, and it's getting intense. High Mize is closing in on Flanky Frankie fast, just 5.9 seconds behind. Fish Dehesky and Scorched Log are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Relaxed View is climbing up to 7th, overtaking 1 car. Relaxed View and Turbo Benzina are nose to nose for 6th. Bees McGee is climbing fast now in 2nd place. Scorched Log and Bees McGee are nose to nose for 2nd. Turbo Benzina is chipping away at Zufik's lead, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Fishta Husky and Scorched Log are nose to tail for 3rd place. Shota Todoroki 39 just gained 1 spot, now in the middle of the pack at 19. Agritz 34 and Shotodoroki 39 are practically glued together for 19th. Joto Todoroki 39 is making a move, and now in the top 16. High Mize is closing in on Flanky Frankie fast, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Zufik has climbed 1 spot and is now in 4th place. Wow! G-Cheese Fishman 33, you must be thrilled to win at Spa. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow! JT Swishman 33 just took the victory. Congratulations on that amazing win. Looks like they really knew how to handle those AI cars. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the winning streak next round. Sure thing. Did you know that the Monaco vintage track is so historic and twisty that even the most confident drivers are probably holding their breath around those narrow corners? It's like racing through a tiny, glamorous maze where precision is key, and a small mistake can turn the whole race into a dramatic soap opera. I guess that's why vintage cars racing there really makes you appreciate how much skill those drivers have. Alright folks, the clock's ticking, and the car selection window is about to slam shut. If you haven't picked your ride yet, now's the time to make that decision or forever hold your peace. Don't say I didn't warn you when someone else ends up with the car you wanted. Wow! This is quite the nostalgic matchup. The 1993 Toyota Supra is a legendary car known for its balance and raw power, while the 1978 BMW M1 has that classic, aggressive style, with a touch of vintage flair. If I had to guess, I'd say Naturalian Lucky might have a slight advantage with the Supra's reputation for reliability and straight-line speed. But don't count out Bees McGee and that one. It's got that vintage charm and sharp handling that could surprise everyone around the corners. It's going to be a close call, but I'd put my chips on the Supra for a narrow win. Let's see if the AI agrees. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Monaco Vintage and look who's on pole. Toet, in a 1995 Lamborghini Diablo VT. Classic choice for a vintage street car. Let's see if that speed translates. Toadette is leading the race with a solid start. Naturalian Lucky is right behind in second place, and Bees McGee is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Exhaust 21 is climbing fast into second place. Exception is making a move into fifth. Turbo Benzina is also advancing into seventh. Tidy 61 is climbing up to 11th place. Orange Funk is also moving up to 17th. Van Ona 1857 and Orange Funk are nose to tail for 17th. Ian Snowbodixel is climbing up to 5th place. Chubby Boy RJ and La Croissant 1980 are nose to nose for 9th. Double and the Dreamkeeper are locked in a close fight for 13th. Ixnobodixel just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Turbo Benzina is also climbing up to 6th. Double is making a move to 13th. Double and Sputnik NZ are nose to nose for 12th. Bees McGee is climbing up to 4th place. Turbo Benzina is now in 5th. Exception is knocking on the door of 6th. Looks like a little shuffle at the middle of the pack. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 4th place. La Croissant 1980 is now in 8th. Chubby Boy RJ has moved into 9th. Turbo Benzina is gaining on Naturalian Lucky, closing the gap to just a second and a half. Exception is right behind Bees McGee, chopping the distance down by a little over a second and a third. The Dreamkeeper just climbed one spot to 12, so maybe they're feeling confident. Forte Afro is now in 6th place, inching closer to the top. Exception and Forte Afro are nose to nose for 6th position. Titus 61 is gaining on Chubby Boy RJ, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Ixnobodixel is rapidly catching U20 place, closing the gap by 7.6 seconds. Chubby Boy RJ has moved up one spot to 8th place. T61 is closing in on Lacrosse on 1980, narrowing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Xnobodixel is slicing through the track, closing in on Uda 20 plays with a 9.8 second gap. Turbo Benzina just jumped a spot into third place. Forte Afro is also climbing, now in fifth after moving up one position. Xnobodixel is almost on U20 Play's tail now. Turbo Benzina is gaining on Edsos 21. Forte Afro is inching closer to Natural Unlucky. Titus 61 is gaining on Chubby Boy RJ, closing the gap by over a second and a half. The Dreamkeeper is inching closer to Lacrosse 1980, cutting nearly 2 seconds. Xnobodixel is on the move, reducing the distance to Edu 20 plays by almost 3 seconds. Exception is right behind Forte Afro now, just a blink away. Titus 61 is catching Chubby Boy RJ fast, less than a second between them. Xnobodixel is closing in on U20 plays, inching closer with every lap. Turbo Benzina is right behind Edsos 21 now, just a second and a bit separating them. Forte Afro has climbed to fourth place, making a nice move up. Exception is catching Natural Unlucky quickly, closing the gap by almost a second and a half. Well, look at that. Toadette taking the victory at Monaco Vintage. Who saw that coming? Congratulations on the unexpected win. Wow, Toadette really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them on crossing the finish line first. That was quite a race to watch. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Turbo Benzina, with the fastest lap, you're up for a 1997 Nissan R390. That's a pretty slick ride for your collection. Well done on pushing those pedals to the metal. A fun fact about the 2021 Chevrolet Camaro is that it has a real muscle car attitude with modern technology. It's like having a classic American legend, but with a touchscreen and Bluetooth thrown in for good measure. Plus, its V8 engines are so powerful, they make driving feel like a thrill ride even when you're just going to the grocery store. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. Both cars are quite popular muscle cars, but the Camaro often has a slight edge in handling and cornering thanks to its design. The Mustang, on the other hand, is known for its raw power and straight-line speed. Since Wakefield Park has a mix of turns and straightaways, I'd say it could come down to who handles the curves better. If I had to guess, I'd put my money on Crandelive in the Camaro. It's got that balance of agility and power that might just give it the upper hand here. But hey, with AI driving and all, anything can happen. Stay tuned. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Wakefield Park, and leading the pack is the bot Crandelive in a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. He's on pole, so he's got the best seat in the house to try and hold that lead. Betsma has shot off the line into the lead. Crandelive is holding second, trying to keep up. Tokyo Kibre is in third, but not far behind, eyeing those top spots. Crandelive is climbing to the top spot. Betsma and Crandelive are neck and neck for first. Cheramanza Roses is inching closer to the front, now in third. Tokido Kibre is climbing up to third place. J Maxiite is making a move to 10th. The race is heating up. Deplorable is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang and is currently in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. The track seems to favor the Transam cars with the top 6 spots, while the WTCs are stuck further back, probably struggling with the layout. Yesnin 196 is driving a 2004 Audi A4 in the WTC class. They're currently in 9th place, so not quite in the top tier but still holding on. Looks like a steady race for now. Turbo Benzina is driving a Chevrolet Camaro and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Deplorably Evil is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang, starting from 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Turbo Benzina is driving a Chevrolet Camaro and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is just a fraction slower than the leaders, so they're holding steady but not quite catching the front runners. Cheramanza Roses is making a strong push with the fastest lap, so he's definitely a threat to the leaders. J Maxite is driving a Chevrolet Lacetti, which is known for its balanced handling but not the fastest in straight lines. They're currently in 11th place, slightly off the pace but holding their own. Hikori Hamzam is in 7th place with a Mercedes C200 from 28. Their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Deplorably, Apple is driving a Ford Mustang with the fastest lap, just behind the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady in 6th place, probably enjoying the close competition. Takeda Kibre is in 3rd place driving a Ford Mustang. They're currently holding a solid position and have the 2nd fastest lap time among the Trans Am cars, so they're definitely pushing hard. Detzmar is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang, currently holding 2nd place. Looks like they're just a hair behind Crandey Live and trying to keep the pace up. Kufo is driving a 2008 Lada 110S, which is known for its simplicity and durability, rather than speed. Their race seems to be a bit off the pace, sitting in 8th place, with the slowest lap time among the WTC cars. Gerald Mitterroses is holding the fastest lap, but needs to find a way to overtake the leaders if he wants to win. Detzmar is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like they're holding a solid position and their fastest lap is just a bit quicker than the leaders. Well, look at that. Crandey just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow, Crandey really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all that racing practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Kyalami Vintage has those tight turns and elevation changes that really test a car's nimbleness. Power is always nice, but if the car can't stay glued to the road through those twisty corners, it won't matter how fast it can go in a straight line. So, a good balance of grip and responsive steering would be my top priorities for performing well here. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Both cars are from the same year and class, so it's really going to come down to driver skill, and maybe a little bit of luck. The Honda might have a slight edge in finesse and handling, but the Chevrolet has that raw power. Honestly, it's like choosing between your favorite ice cream flavors. Both are pretty good, but the winner might surprise us. I'm leaning slightly towards my Jakub in the Honda, just because that car tends to be more agile around tight corners. But don't write off Grampy Jerf. He could surprise us with a daring move. We'll see who gets the checkered flag first. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Kawami Vintage. Leading the pack is Bot Hasanoni in a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Sitting pretty at the front right now. Let's see if anyone can catch up. Akanone has shot off the line into the lead. Captain Trippy is holding strong in second, and Henfatig is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already at the front. Jade Gaming is climbing up to 4th place. Turbo Mencina and Jazil Gaming are neck and neck for that spot. Betsmar is also making moves to 6th place. Jade Gaming is climbing up to 3rd place. Betsma and Turbo Benzina are nose to nose for 5th. The Dreamkeeper is advancing to 8th. The Dreamkeeper and Erotic are fighting for 7th. Renok T4 just climbed 1 spot to 15. Yaboy Rwanda also moved up 1 to 19. Yaboy Rwanda and Dr. Monkey, 13, are nose to nose for 18. Chris Racing Fee is dropping back to 27th place. Henfatic and J Zil Gaming are neck and neck for 3rd. Rinok T4 and Hot Bolognese are battling hard for 14. Henfatic is now in 3rd place. Rinok T4 has climbed to 14th. Ablaze is now in 16th. Vanuna 1857 is climbing up to 16th place. Ablaze and 1857 are nose to nose for that same spot. Shikamaru is gaining on Deplorable, closing the gap by over a second. Betsma and Turbo Benzina are nose to nose for 5th place. Plebis 3 and Simple Markers are fighting hard for 10th. Amy and Yabarwanda are locked in a close scrap for 19th. Betsma is climbing to 5th place. Aerotech is now in 6th. The Dreamkeeper has moved into 7th. Looks like everyone's playing musical chairs. Radioactive Vixen is climbing to 9th place. Plebis 3 is now in 10th. Sputnik NZ is knocking on the door of the top 10 and 11th. Radid Zero, Active Vixen, and Simple Markers are nose to tail for 8th place. Plebis 3 and Radizero Active Vixen are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Radid Zero Active Vixen just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Simple Markers and Radizero Active Vixen are nose to tail for 8th. Plebis 3 and Simple Markers are also close for 9th. Plebis 3 is climbing to 9th place. Hot Bolognese is also moving up to 13th. Renault T4 and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for 13th. Simple Markers is in 8th place, with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 5 seconds and 69 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Well, look at that. Akanoni took the win. Guess they're the one to beat now. Nice job. Wow, Akanone took the win. That was an impressive drive. Clearly the AI has some serious skills. Congrats to Akanone for claiming the top spot. They earned it with that finish. I guess all those computer algorithms paid off. Sure thing. A fun fact about the Botniaring track is that it's known for its smooth and fast layout, making it a favorite among drivers who love high-speed racing. It's also pretty special because it's nestled in the Finnish countryside, which means plenty of stunning natural scenery to enjoy while watching cars zip by. Plus, it's one of those places where the weather can surprise you, adding an extra layer of challenge to the races. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your pick before it's too late, or you'll have to sit through whatever the computer throws at us. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, we've got Alan 656 and a Shelby Series 1 from 1998, and Turbo Benzina and a Williams FW17 from 1995. That Shelby, while a slick classic, is more about that raw American muscle and style. The Williams, on the other hand, is a Formula One car, built for pure speed and precision. So, if this were a battle of brute force versus cutting-edge F1 tech, I'd put my money on Turbo Benzina. But hey, Alan's car might surprise us with some vintage charm. Honestly, I think Turbo Benzina's lightweight, aerodynamics and racing pedigree will give him the edge. My bet? The Williams FW17 will likely take the win, but I'm curious to see if Alan can pull off a surprise with that classic Shelby. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Botniaring and Amy is leading the pack in an all-random class. She's starting at the front in a 2016 BMW M4 GTS. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole or if the competition catches up. Stephen Brinkley has taken an early lead. Amy is holding second place just behind. Ian Mobius is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Deplorable Apple is on a roll, climbing 6 places to second. Violetta Mama is making a move, overtaking 5 cars to reach 8. Sakurai TV is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to third. My Style at 21 is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Violetta Mama is also advancing, moving up 1 position to 7. Yamobias and Rookie Miriki are nose-to-nose fighting for 9th place. Deplorably Apple takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Detoxins climbs to 5th, inching closer. Violetta Mama moves up to 6th, making a little noise. Detoxins is gaining on Amy again, closing the gap by 140 seconds. My Style at 21 has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Alan 656 is chipping away at Rookie Miriki, narrowing the gap by 130 seconds. Detoxins is closing in on Amy fast enough to make her sweat. My Style at 21 just sneaked into 6th place, leaving someone behind. Violetta Mama and My Style at 21 are nose to tail for 6th, so expect some fireworks soon. Detoxins just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Looks like the battle for 4th is heating up between Amy and Detox. My Style at 21 and Amy are still neck and neck for 5th. This race is getting interesting. Turbo Benzina is making a move, climbing 3 spots to take 4th place. Keruvanin is also on the rise, moving up 1 spot to 12th. Turbo Benzina is gaining on Zachariah TV, closing the gap by 3.8 seconds. My Style at 21 has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Alan 656 is closing in on Rookie Miriki, reducing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 3rd place. My Style at 21 is chipping away at Detoxins' lead, closing in by over 2 seconds. Violetta Mama is making her way to 7th, inching closer to the pack. Alan 656 is driving a 1998 Shelby Series 1. Looks like their race isn't going anywhere fast with a time of 99 minutes and 99 seconds. Deplorable Apple is leading, and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Wow! Deplorably Apple took the win. Guess the competition better watch out now. Congratulations on your victory. Wow, deplorably Apple. Congratulations on winning the race. You really drove away with it. And look at that, you also claimed the fastest lap. Impressive. Turbo Benzina. You are on fire today. Not only did you win the bet race, but you also pulled off the most overtakes. You're earning yourself a 1995 Williams FW17 for sure. Great job to both of you. And to everyone else still in the mix. This race is getting exciting. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The Highlands Motorsport Park long track is so wild and twists and turns that even the most experienced drivers probably feel like they're on a roller coaster ride. It's like the track was designed to test every ounce of a car's agility, making it a playground for speed freaks and thrill seekers alike. Basically, it's the kind of place where cars go to show off and maybe even have a little fun pushing their limits. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on the chance to root for your top racer. Alright, this is a pretty exciting matchup. Joey Pastrami is driving a 2017 Porsche 911 GT2 RS, which is known for its incredible speed and handling. On the other hand, Prodigy Base 58 has the 2015 McLaren 570S, which is no slouch either, especially with its sleek design and sharp performance. Given the specs, I'd say the Porsche has a slight edge in straight-line speed and grip around the corners, but the McLaren's agility could give it an advantage in the twisty sections. If I had to call it, I'd lean toward Joey Pastrami's Porsche taking the win, mostly because that car is a beast on tracks like Highlands. But don't count out Prodigy Place 58. This race could come down to who handles the corners better. Who are you guys rooting for? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Highlands Motorsport Park long track. Leading the pack at the start is It's Bumblebee, cruising in a 2012 Zenvos T1. Guess we're in for some fast and furious action today. Epic Sugar has taken an early lead with its Bumblebee right behind in second place. Pace CAR is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Lord Buttrell is now in third place, inching closer to the top. Swell Placed V has climbed to 8th place, closing the gap. Deplorable Apple and Swell Placed V are nose to nose for 8th. Looks like a battle for the last step on the podium. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 8th place. De Lone Wolf is now in 11. Prodigy Place 58 has moved into 15th. Kyroscope is climbing up to 4th place. Betsma has moved up to 12th. Betsma and Dude Smokey Blunt are nose-to-nose fighting for 11. Merchicken Live just overtook someone to move into 14th place. Kufo is right behind in 15th and closing the gap. Prodigy Place 58 is trying to find a way past Quifo, so expect some drama there. Beyond Two Dark Souls is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Dude Smokey Blunt has also moved up 1 spot into 10th. Deplorable is driving a 2014 Lamborghini Huracan. They're currently in the 12th position, so they're not exactly tearing up the track, but not completely lost either. Kyroscope is climbing fast into 2nd place. Dude Smokey Blunt is making a move into the top 10. Betsmar is inching closer to the middle of the pack. Its Bumblebee just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Kyroscope and its Bumblebee are still nose to tail for that 2nd spot. Beyond Two Dark Souls and PCAR are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Dude Smoke Ia Blunt just sneaked into 8th place. Betsmar is climbing to 10th. Mobius is making his way to 16th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Deplorably Apple is driving a 2014 Lamborghini Huracan and is currently in the 13th place. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite making a move forward. Naturalian Lucky is driving an Aston Martin Vantage at MR, same as the one in 13th place. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably struggling to keep up with the leaders. Lord Betril and Kyroscope are nose to tail for 3rd place. Betsmayus gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Swell-placed AV and Betsmar are battling hard for 9th. De Lone Wolf is driving a 2015 McLaren 675 LT and is currently in the 14th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Lord Betril is now in 3rd place. Kufo and De Lone Wolf are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Dude Smoke Ia Blunt just sneaked into 7th place. Betsmar and Captain Trippy are nose to nose for 8. Mobius is chipping away at Merchicken Live's lead, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Lord Betril and its Bumblebee are nose to tail for 2nd place. Betsmar is climbing up to 8th. Dion Wolf and Deplorable Apple are locked in a fierce fight for 12th. Betsmar and Dude Smokia Blunt are nose to tail for 7th place. Kufo is climbing 2 spots to 12. Deplorably Apple and Kufo are locked in a close fight for 12th. John Wolf just nudged into 13th place. Deplorable Apple and D. Joan Wolf still locked in a close fight for that spot. Lord Buttrill is driving a 2011 Lamborghini Aventador. They're currently in third place and have the fastest lap of 2 minutes, 13 seconds, so they're pushing hard, but not quite catching the leaders. Joey Pastrami is in 18th place, and quite a bit behind Prodigy place 58 and 17. Looks like Joey's got some catching up to do if he wants to win that bet. Well, look at that. Epic Sugar just took the victory. Guess all those laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Epic Sugar really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations! That was an amazing run, and they definitely earned that win. Can't wait to see what they do next in the race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win on the Ibisu Higashi circuit, I would go with the 2018 McLaren Senna. This machine is designed for high-speed cornering and has the kind of agility and grip that suits a technical track like Ibisu. Plus, it's got the horsepower to outrun most of its rivals on the straights. That said, the legendary Ferrari 330p 4 and the Lamborghini Murcielago are tempting choices for their raw power and racing pedigree. But I think the Senna's combination of aerodynamics and handling edge would give it the advantage in this race. Hey everyone! Time is almost up. Make sure to choose your favorite car before the countdown ends. Don't leave me hanging here with all the good picks. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Dylan Wolf is steering a vintage 1985 Mazda 737C, which is pretty old school, but might have some surprising agility up its sleeve. On the other hand, D-Fizz is in a classic 1954 Maserati 250F, a legendary car, known for its speed and elegance back in the day. Considering the age and design of these vehicles, I'd say the Maserati might have the upper hand in raw speed and handling on a track like Ibisu Higashi. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, it could go either way, especially if the algorithms decide to shake things up. My bet is on the Maserati, but I wouldn't be shocked if the Mazda pulls off a surprise finish. This is what makes racing with AI so unpredictable and exciting. Alright, folks. The race is underway at Bibisu Higashi, and leading the pack is a 2012 Lotus Exige S in the all-random bot architect class. Looks like luck is on their side today. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Architect in second place, and VD39 holding on in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. J Boogie just sneaked into 8th place. D Fitzerds is climbing to 11th. Turbo Benzina is making a move to 13th. Looks like everyone's on the up and up. Turbo Benzina just overtook Lone Wolf and now sits in 12th place. They are still close, but Turbo Benzina seems to have the edge for now. Lone Wolf just gained 1 spot, now in 12th. Lone Wolf and D Fizzards are nose to tail for 11th. Wannabe Kiddo used overtook someone to grab 3rd place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross and Toucan's Flora are nose to nose for 6th. J Boogie and Iron Cross or Wooden Cross are also fighting for 7th. Wannabe Kiddo is closing in on Architect, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. The Young Fu Dark Souls has also gained 1 spot, now sitting in 9th. Wannabe Kiddo is dropping back to 9th place. Anaxagorax is climbing to 3rd. V39 is closing in on Anaxagorax, cutting the gap by a second. Lone Wolf is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 9th place. Dishonored Fox is closing the gap, shaving off 1740 seconds. Turbo Benzina is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 12th. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is now in 4th place. Toucan's Flora is gaining on VD39 and has closed the gap by 2.6 seconds. They are battling out for 5th place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is gaining on Anaxagorax, closing the gap by 2.2. J Boogie just moved up 1 spot to sit in 6th. Lone Wolf is chipping away at Beyond Two Dark Souls, narrowing the distance by a 2.7. Wannabe Kiddo is gaining fast on Dishonored Fox, closing the gap by 7.7 seconds. Anaxagorax is inching closer to Architect, shaving off 1.2 seconds. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is closing in on Anaxagorax, reducing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Wannabe Kiddo is slicing through the track, closing in on Dishonored Fox by 6.5 seconds. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is climbing to 3rd place. Lone Wolf is making a move, jumping up 2 spots to 5th. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is gaining on Architect, and closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Lone Wolf is narrowing the distance to Anaxagorax by just over a second. Beyond Two Dark Souls is also making moves, reducing the gap to J Boogie by a little over a second. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is now in second place. Joan Wolf is gaining on Anaxagorax, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Beyond Wu Dark Souls is also making a move, cutting down the distance to Jaeboogie by 2.4 seconds. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is gaining fast on Amy and might overtake soon. Wannabe Kiddo is inching closer to Dishonored Fox. Not much time left. Joan Wolf is closing the distance on Anaxagorax, but still a bit of a stretch. Jaeboogie is driving a 26 Chevrolet Corvette C6, a modern street car. They're currently in 8th place, and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Wannabe Kiddo is gaining fast on Dishonored Fox, closing the gap by over 16 seconds. Architect is inching closer to Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, chipping away at 3 seconds. Turbo Benzina is catching up to Jaeboogie, narrowing the distance by less than 2 seconds. Wannabe Kiddo is gaining fast on Dishonored Fox, closing the gap by 11 seconds. Anaxagorax is inching closer to Architect by just over 2 seconds. Joan Wolf is sneaking up on Anaxagorax, closing the distance by a little over 1 second. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Amy really did it. Congratulations to Amy for crossing that finish line first. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. What a fantastic win. Sure thing. Did you know that GT3 racing cars are actually built to be more like everyday sports cars but with a serious racing attitude? They're designed to be easier for private teams to maintain and race, which makes them a pretty popular choice for amateur and professional teams alike. It's like giving your weekend drive a turbocharged racing makeover, so it's both fun and a little intimidating on the track. Hey there, Azkais the French stars. Welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you've returned for more of our epic AI race watch party. Hope you're ready to see some cars zooming around and maybe surprise us with a few unexpected moves. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Welcome back, Rizaldi Adha. Glad to see you return just in time for the high-speed chaos. Hope you're ready for some epic AI racing action. Hey everyone. If you want to boost the ego of the mastermind behind this stream, just type !Twitter in chat, and you'll get a link to Everlasting Apex's Twitter. He's pretty much lurking there, probably feeling like a superstar even if he's not saying much. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that these cars are all using realistic physics, so they're going to handle pretty much like they would in real life. Picking the right car could totally boost their chances of winning, so choose wisely. It's all about understanding the strengths and weaknesses of each vehicle. Who do you think has the best shot to cross the finish line first? Hey everyone, just a quick heads up. If you want to snap a screenshot of the current race, just redeem it with your channel points during the race. And voila, you'll have that perfect moment forever. All of the best shots will be uploaded to our Instagram, so make sure to check it out. If you want the link right now, just type !Instagram in chat, and the bot will hook you up. Don't miss out on capturing those epic AI car moments. Hey everyone, welcome to the race. Remember, starting at the front might seem like the best idea, but it's actually not always the case. Each car you pass gives you extra points, so if you're starting further back, you could rack up way more points than the guy in the lead. It's like a game within a game. Overtaking is the real thrill here. So sit back and enjoy as these AI cars chase each other down. And maybe, just maybe, the back of the pack is where all the action is. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down to pick your favorite racing machine. If you haven't made your choice yet, now's the time to jump in before it's too late. Don't let your dream car slip away just because you hesitated. Alright. So we have deplorable Apple in a Chevrolet Camaro GT3, which is definitely a muscle car with some serious attitude, but might struggle with the tight turns and arcades of Monza Vintage Road. On the other hand, Merchikan Lev is in a McLaren MP4-12C GT3, which is known for its agility and high-speed stability. Given the racing track in these cars, I have a feeling the McLaren will have the edge. It's built for this sort of racing and should navigate those curves a lot more smoothly. That said, Never underestimate the raw power of the Camaro. Sometimes a brute force approach can surprise us. But my money's on Marchikin Live taking the win here. What about you? Who are you placing your bets on? Alright folks, big shout out to Maya for requesting this race. Make sure to thank them later. We're kicking off at Monza Vintage Road with the GT3 class. Starting on pole is the TTV Askheist the French Stars and a 2016 BMW M6 GT3. Let's see if they can hold on to that lid. Turbo Benzina has taken an early lead, with APR Dope right behind in second place. Askheist the French Stars is holding on to third, but don't blink or they might slip back. Askheist the French Stars is climbing fast to take the lead. Maya is inching closer to 6. Rizaldia Ata and Maya are nose to nose for 7th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Alpier Dope and Askheist the French Stars are neck and neck for first place. Maya just climbed one spot to sit in 6th. Zillion Fox 413 and Pondon are locked in a close fight for 14th. Rezot Ada advances to 3rd place. Maya climbs to 5th place. Deplorableple moves up to 6th. Looks like Maya and Deplorableple are neck and neck for 5th. Rizaldi Adha is climbing to 7th place. Merjikin Live and Cherifakitten are nose to nose for 8. Zealand Fox 213 is advancing to 12. Zealand Fox 213 and Shoot 'em Up are fighting for 11. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 5th place. Rizaldi Adha and Maya are still neck and neck for 6th. Merchikin Live has just moved into 8. Chozeng's Coast is racing in a 2018 Skoda Octavia, which is known for its balanced handling and practicality. Their race seems to be steady in 17th place, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Rizaldi Adha and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place. Caffeinated Car and Fivinzarogai are also locked in a close fight for 14th. Deplorableple and Turbo Benzina are nose to tail for 4th place. Rizaldi Ada just gained one spot and is now in 6th. Shoot 'em Up and JDM Burn are locked in a close fight for 12th. Deplorableple is climbing up to 4th place, leaving some behind. Givinsarogai is advancing to 13th. making a little progress. Appiardo is driving a 2011 Ferrari 458 GT3 and is currently in second place. They started third and are holding a solid position just behind the leader. Their fastest lap is a 1:27.302, so they're keeping the pace pretty tight. Rezaldi Adha is climbing to 5th place. Ivan Sorogai is making a move to 12th. Shoot 'em Up is driving a 2010 Chevrolet Cruze. They're currently in the 10th place in the TCA class, quite a ways behind the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pace. Caffeinated Car is climbing nicely into the top 15. Pondon and Chosinsk Coast are nose-to-nose for the 16th spot. Looks like a battle for the middle of the pack. Merchikan Live is driving a 2011 McLaren MP 4-12C G3. They're currently in 8th place, trailing the leaders by over a minute and a half. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. Chosinsk Coast is racing a 2018 Skoda Octavia Duct. Looks like they're hanging around in the middle of the pack, not making much noise but staying steady. Turbo Benzina is driving a Renault Sport RS01 GT3. They are currently in second place but are quite a bit slower than the leader. Looks like they're just holding on and not making any big moves. Ponton just overtook someone to move into 15th place. Shoot 'em Up and Pondon are nose to tail for 15. Chosinsk Coast and Shoot 'em Up are battling for 16th. Le Roussel is driving a 2011 Fiat Punto Abarth. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their lap time is quite slow compared to others. Deplorable Apple is holding a solid lead over Merchikan Live, but with the Camaro's recent lap time, the McLaren might close the gap if it stays consistent. N0 is driving a Volvo C30 from 2008. Looks like he's struggling to keep pace, currently in the 12th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Rezaldi Adha is now in second place. Deplorably Apple is right behind, battling for third. They're closing in on each other fast. Maya is currently in 6th place with a 2019 McLaren 720 GT3. Fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leader, so the pace isn't quite there yet. Looks like a solid fight to move up. Le Roussel is driving a 2011 Fiat Punto Abarth, which is known for its nimbleness and small size. Looks like their race is not going well, currently in the last place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Caffeinated Car is driving a 2010 Peugeot RCZ race car. At it. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap time among the TC group, and they are currently in 14th place. Deplorable is climbing to second place. Rizaldi Adha and Deplorable are nose to nose for second. AP Dope and Rizaldi Adha are fighting hard for fourth. Rizaldi Adha is climbing to third place. Maya is closing in on AP Dope, cutting the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Zen Fox 213 is now in 10th place after moving up one spot. Rizaldi Adha is closing in on Deplorable Apple. Just a second and a bit behind now. AP Dope is climbing up one spot to take 4th place. Rizaldi Adha and AP Dope are locked in a tight battle for that 4th spot. Laricel is driving a 2011 Fiat Punto Abarth. They're currently in the last place among TC cars and seem to be struggling with lap times, which suggests a tough race so far. The track's high-speed straights are favoring the faster GT3 cars like the BMW and Chevrolet, while the tighter corners are giving some of the smaller cars a chance to catch up. Deplorable Apple is comfortably in second, and has a faster lap than the leader. Merchicken Live is a bit behind but not out of it yet. Looks like a good fight is brewing. Xenia Hima is driving a 2018 BMW 125 IM Sport IE. They're currently in 12th place, struggling to keep pace with the TC cars ahead. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Rizaldi Adha just climbed to second place and now third place. Maya is making a move up to fourth. Looks like the race is heating up. Turbo Benzina is climbing fast into 5th place. Merchicken Live is also making moves into 6th. Cherofa Kitten is not far behind, now in 7th. Looks like a little shuffle happening up front. Chosinskost is driving a 2018 Skoda Octavia Dutelle. They're currently in the 18th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Deplorably Apple is inching closer to Cherofa Kitten, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. 5 Snow Guy is climbing up one spot to sit in the 11th place. Pondon is narrowing the distance to Caffeinated Car by 2.6 seconds. Pondon is driving a 2004 Opel Corsa 1600, which is pretty much the oldest car in the race. Looks like they're struggling to keep up, currently in 16th place and a good chunk behind the leaders. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 13th place, and Pondon is right behind at 14. Looks like they're both on a roll. Caffeinated Car is closing in on Xenia Hima, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Chosan's Coast is climbing up to 16th place. Le Roselle is moving into 17th place. Turbo Benzina is gaining on Maya and closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Deplorably Apple is inching closer to Cherofa Kitten, just over a second behind. Chosan's Coast is narrowing the distance to JD Anburn, a little over a second as well. Merchicken Live is gaining on Turbo Benzina, closing the gap to just a hair's breadth. Deplorably Apple is inching closer to Cherokee Kitten, making it a race to watch. Lirusel is driving a 2011 Fiat Punto Abarth. They're currently in the 8th place among the TCA class, but their lap time suggests they're struggling a bit with a 1:46.241. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Askhais for French Stars, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Yambern is also on the move, chipping away at Pondon's lead by a solid 1.5 seconds. Rizaldia Ada is currently in 2nd and 3rd place, with a Chevrolet Camaro GT3 and a Bentley Continental GT3. They're showing strong pace with their fastest laps in the 1:27.4 to 1:27.7 range. Looks like they're juggling 2 solid cars and staying competitive. Cherokee Kitten is gaining on Turbo Benzina, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Merchicken Live just moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Deplorably Apple is closing in on Cherokee Kitten, narrowing the gap by 2 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is really on the hunt for Askhais the French Stars, closing in fast. Apia Dope is making a move on Deplorable Apple as well. JD Enburn is chipping away at Pondon, inching closer. Rizaldia Adha is closing in on Rizaldia Adha, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Deplorably Apple has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Cherokee Kitten and Deplorable Apple are now nose-to-nose for 7. Turbo Benzina is gaining on Merchicken Live, closing the gap by 1:30 seconds. Yadi Anburn is climbing up 1 spot to 14th place. Rizaldi Ada is gaining on Askhais the French Stars and closing the gap by almost 4 seconds. Maya is hot on Rizaldi Ada's tail, closing in by a little over a second and a half. Hivensiro Guy is creeping up on Silent Fox 113, reducing the distance by just over a second. Rizaldi Adha takes the lead at the front. Maya climbs into 2nd place. Merchicken Live is now in 4th, inching closer to the top. Turbo Benzina is climbing fast into 4th place. Deplorable Apple is making a move into 6th. Cherokee Kitten is also advancing into 7th. Silent Fox 213 is driving a Volvo C30 from 2008. They are currently in the last place among TCA cars, and their lap time suggests they are struggling to keep up with the pack. Askhais the French Stars is creeping closer to Maya and closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Rizaldia Adha is chipping away at Aperdope, narrowing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Yade Anburn is hot on Caffeinated Car's heels, both fighting for the 13th spot with a 1.4 second difference. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Askai's to French Stars is climbing fast to take the lead. Hey! Merchican Leave is also making moves up to 4th place. Appy Air Dope is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Merchican Live is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 2nd. Deplorably Apple is also up 2 spots, now in 4th. Deplorably Apple and Rizaldi Adha are nose to tail, fighting for 3rd. Appy Dope is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Rizaldi Adha just moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Merchican Live, closing the gap to a hair's breadth. Rizaldi Adha and Merchican Live are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Appy Dope is creeping closer to Deplorable Apple, chipping away at the gap. Deplorable Ayed is closing in on Rizaldi Adha, chopping the gap down by 3 seconds. They're battling hard for 3rd place. JD Anburn just gained 1 spot and is now in the 13th position. Deplorable Epo is climbing fast into 2nd place. Appy Dope is making a move into 4th. Rizaldi Adha is also gaining ground into 5th. The race is heating up. Sheriff Kitten is climbing nicely to 6th place. Maya is also making progress, now in 7th. Looks like the battle for these positions is heating up. Sheriff Kitten is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Turbo Benzina has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Pondon just snuck into the top 14. Shoot 'em Up is chipping away at Lee Russell, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Maya is gaining on Sheriff Kitten, closing the gap by over a second. Ellen Fox 213 is narrowing in on Merchican Live, making a move with a 1.7 second reduction. Chosen's Coast is climbing up 1 spot to 15th place. Appy Dope is closing in on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the gap by nearly 4 seconds. They're locked in a tight battle for 3rd place. Lyricel is making a move, climbing 1 spot to 16. Zealand Fox 113 is closing in on Sheriff Kitten fast, just 8.42 seconds behind now. Rizaldi Adha has climbed up to 4th place. I'm moving up to 6th place, making some progress. The GT3 cars are clearly faster and more consistent, dominating the top positions. The track favors high-speed stability, which benefits the GT3 class, while the TCA cars are struggling to keep up. Shoot 'em Up is driving a 2010 Chevrolet Cruze, which is more of a compact sedan than a race car. They're currently in the last place among the TCA class, and their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Result Adha is catching up to Deplorably Apple, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Merchican Live is gaining on Turbo Benzina, reducing the distance by 2.2 seconds. 5.0W Guy is closing in on Silent Fox 213, narrowing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Cherofa Kitten is chipping away at Merchican Live, closing in by 1.7 seconds. Shoot 'em up just moved up one spot to take 17th place. Deplorable Apple is making a late charge from 8th place, and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's got some extra speed to burn. Senyahima is driving a 2018 BMW 125 IM Sport.I. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, almost 2 minutes slower than the leader. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Turbo Benzina is in second place with a Renault Sport RS01 GT3. Their lap time is slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up but still hanging in there. Rizaldi Ada is inching closer to Deplorably Apple, cutting the gap by a second. They're neck and neck for second place. Merchican Live is gaining on Turbo Benzina, closing nearly 3 seconds. Looks like the fight for the podium is heating up. Rizaldi Adha is now in second place and gaining on Deplorable Apple. Cherofa Kitten is catching up to Merchican Live, inching closer with every second. As the French Stars is leading the race in a 2016 BMW M6 GT3. Their fastest lap is a solid 1:27.153. Looks like they're comfortably in front and maintaining a good pace. Maya is gaining on AP Dope, closing the gap to just under 3 seconds. Turbo Benzina is now within striking distance of Maya, with a 1.6 second difference. Cherofa Kitten is hot on Merchican Live's tail, chopping down the gap by over 3 seconds. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to second place. Deplorable Apple and Azkais the French Stars are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Apridope is chipping away at Rizaldi Adha's time, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Deplorable Apple is now in first place. Rizaldi Adha has climbed to second. Apridope is in third. Looks like the top 3 are swapping places faster than a traffic jam. Maya just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. Turbo Benzina is also climbing up to 5th. Merchican Live is making moves and is now in 6th. Looks like the race is heating up. I appeared in a 2011 Ferrari 458 GT3 and is currently in 3rd place. They've set the fastest lap at 1:27.30.02, but are a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're hanging in there but might need a little more pace to catch up. Maya is in 4th place with a 2019 McLaren 720 SGT3. Her fastest lap is a 1:29.038, which is decent, but not quite matching the leaders. Looks like she's trying to keep pace, but might need a little more aggression to catch up. Rizaldi Adha is gaining fast on Azkais the French stars, now just over 15 seconds behind. Tuba Mencina is creeping closer to Maya by a little over 1 second. Rizaldi Adha takes the lead, moving up 1 spot to take the top position. Maya is gaining on AP Tobe, cutting the gap by a full second. Azkais the French stars is closing in on Cherufa Kitten, shrinking the distance by 2.8 seconds. The GT3 cars are clearly faster and more consistent, dominating the top spots. The track favors their power and handling, making it tough for the TCA class to keep up. Azkais French stars is driving a 2016 BMW M6 GT3 and currently holds the lead in the race. Looks like they're making the most of that pole position and holding it strong. Le Roussel is driving a 2011 Fiat Punto Abarth, known for its small size and agility. Looks like their race is not going well with them in the 18th place and a lap time significantly slower than the leaders. The GT3 cars are showing strong performance with the Bentley leading and the BMW close behind. The track seems to favor the faster, more aerodynamic GT3s over the TCA class, which is struggling to keep up. Le Roussel is driving a 2011 Fiat Punto Abarth. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Merchikin Live is climbing to 5th place. Cherufa Kitten is now 6th. Azkais the French stars has moved into 7th. The race is heating up. Merchikin Live is driving the 2011 McLaren MP 4-12 CG3. They're currently in 6th place and their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader. Looks like they're struggling to keep pace. Congratulations to Rizaldi Adha for winning the race at Monza Vintage Road. Looks like someone was just too fast for the rest. Well done. Wow! Rizaldi Adha took the checkered flag. Huge congratulations to them. That was an impressive race, really kept us on the edge of our seats. And special shout out to Deplorably Apple. You've been on a roll today. Claiming the fastest lap, winning the bet race, and making the most overtakes. Talk about a triple threat. You've earned yourself a 2011 Chevrolet Camaro GT3. Looks like you're the driver of the day. Well, a fun fact about the 1995 IndyCar racing class is that it was the last year before the IRL split really took hold, which meant the competition was still pretty intense, and the technology was evolving rapidly. Also that year, the cars looked a bit more traditional compared to the ultra-modern designs you see today, kind of like classic muscle cars, but for racing. It's like watching a vintage race with all the spirit of high-speed innovation. Alright, we've got an Xagarax in that vintage Lola T9500, and Schmerzen live in the Reynard 95i. Both old school but with some serious racing pedigree. The Lola has that classic design, probably a little more aerodynamic, but the Reynard isn't exactly a slouch either. At Daytona Superspeedway, it's mostly a game of who can stay in the draft the longest and hit that perfect slipstream. Honestly, I'd lean towards an Xagarax's Lola. It's got a slight edge in terms of design focus for endurance racing, which could give it the advantage in a long, fast-paced race like this. But, on pure speed and handling, either driver could take it depending on how well the AI manages those tricky drafting maneuvers. So, who do I think will cross the finish line first? I'd put my chips on an Xagarax, but don't be surprised if Schmerzenlife pulls a surprise and steals the win at the last moment. Alright folks, the race is underway at Daytona Superspeedway, and leading the pack is bought in Xagarax in a classic 1995 Lola T9500. Looks like it's got the pole position, so let's see if it can hold on to that lead or if the others will catch up fast. Schmerzenleib has shot off the line into the lead. Annex Xagarax is holding strong in second, while Tukins Flora is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Annex Xagarax and Schmerzenleib are nose-to-nose for the lead. Tukins Flora and Annex Xagarax are still locked in a fierce fight for second. Yamasta Tigama 9000 just made a move, climbing one spot to sit in fourth. Annex Xagarax is holding on to the lead, but Schmerzenleib is right on their tail. Yamasta Tigama 9000 is trying to shake off Tukins Flora in that close fight for third. Trash Crashton and Red Panda Manatee 4 are nose to tail in the 16th place battle. Annex Xagarax takes the lead now. Schmerzenleib is right behind him, not giving up that easily. James Mayo advances to fourth, closing in on the top three. Tukins Flora and Schmerzenliebe are neck and neck for second place. James Mayo and Tukins Flora are trading paint for third. Red Panda Manatee 4 and James Mayo are locked in a close fight for fourth. Schmerzenliebe and Exagerax are nose to nose for the lead. James Mayo just climbed one spot to third. Tukins Flora and James Mayo are locked in a close fight for third place. Schmerzenliebe and Exagerax are nose to nose for the lead. Tukins Flora and James Mayo are swapping positions like it's a dance for third. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Tukins Flora are fighting hard for fourth place. Schmerzenliebe and Exagerax are nose to nose at the front. Tukins Flora is climbing up to third place. Red Panda Manatee 4 and James Mayo are fighting hard for fourth. Schmerzenliebe and Exagerax are nose to nose for first place. Red Panda Manatee 4 just climbed one spot to fourth. The Master Tegamanin 1000 James Mayo are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Schmerzenliebe and Exagerax are nose to nose at the front. Master Tegamanin 1000 just gained a spot and is now in fifth place. Reinecke and Trash Crashton are locked in a close fight for seventh. Master Tegamanin 1000 of Red Panda Manatee 4 are nose to tail fighting for fourth place. Reinecke just gained a spot and is now in seventh. Trash Crashton and Reinecke are also battling hard for seventh. Tukins Flora and Schmerzenliebe are nose to nose for second place. Master Tegamanin 1000 just climbed one spot to fourth. Trash Crashton also gained one spot to seventh. Trash Crashton and James Mayo are locked in a close fight for sixth. Wow! Exagerax really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done on the win. Wow! Exagerax really pulled a rabbit out of the hat, didn't they? Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Looks like all those months of virtual training paid off. Great job. Sure thing. A fun fact about Trans Am racing cars is that they're famous for their classic American muscle car style and loud roaring engines that make a lot of noise on the track. It's like watching a bunch of powerful street cars trying to see who can dominate the asphalt. They really know how to put on a show, especially when they barrel through corners with that unmistakable growl. Alright folks, this is a classic American muscle showdown at Bridgehampton. Dazlinado in the Chevrolet Camaro versus Lil Sprout in the Ford Mustang. Both are solid choices, and both are known for their power and speed. But if I had to pick, my money's on Leonardo. The Camaro has a slight edge in handling and acceleration at these kinds of tracks. Plus, it looks more aggressive, and you know I love a car with attitude. But hey, don't count Lil Sprout out just yet. Mustangs are feisty and can surprise us all. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Bridgehampton, and leading the pack is the Trans Am Class car, Botrosaurus, in a shiny 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like it's got a good start. Rosaurus is leading the pack, clearly showing some early dominance. Leonardo is right behind in second place, not giving up just yet. Zulfiq is holding strong in third, but the real action will be seeing if they can catch up. Leonardo and Rosaurus are nose to tail for the lead. Bobote has just overtaken someone to sit in fifth. Dank Nuggins is climbing up to 8th. Reineke just overtook someone to move into 13th place. Nyalathod 98 is also climbing up to 14th. Nigutsu is making progress into 19th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Leonardo just snatched the lead, taking the top spot. Zulfiq and Rosaurus are nose to nose for second place. Bobote and Lil Sprout are also locked in a fierce fight for fourth. Detoxins is climbing up to 5th place. Dank Nuggins is also moving up to 6th. Yeda Enburn and Swell Place JB are neck and neck for 8th. Detoxins and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for 4th place. Dory Forge just gained a spot to 9th. Turbo Benzina and JD Anburn are locked in a close fight for 10th. JD Anburn climbs to 9th place. Rondom 69 advances to 11th. N-Body Notes and Nyarlathothat 98 are locked in a close fight for 14th. Zulfiq and Rosaurus are nose to nose for second place. N-Body Notes is climbing to 14th. Nirgutsu is making his way to 17th. Zulfiq is climbing up to second place. Cherumitzirosis is making a move to 18th. The race is heating up. Rosaurus is holding on to second place, but Zulfiq is right on their tail. Zookster Cat and Bunnies of Doom are locked in a close fight for 26th. Detoxins is driving a Ford Mustang, starting in 5th and currently holding on to 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. D. Thompsons and Lil Sprout are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Storyforge and Jade Anburn are locked in a close fight for 9th. Turbo Benzina and Random69 are battling it out for 11th. Turbo Benzina advances to 11th place. Mirgodutsu climbs to 16th place. Fishinks and Aetherplasm are neck and neck for the 19th spot. Lil Sprout and Rosaurus are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Detoxins and Lil Sprout are also fighting hard for 4th. Zooksterkat is climbing up 1 spot to 23rd. Dank Nuggins and Detoxins are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Slittenslida Gaming and Opinkwolf are locked in a close fight for 21st. Rando Boosters climbing up 1 spot to 26th. Dank Nuggins and Detox are nose-to-tail for 5th place. Bunnies Off Doom is climbing up to 27th. Looks like some good action behind the front runners. Dank Nuggins climbs to 5th place. Aetherplasm is closing in on Cheryl Mitsurosis, just 130 seconds behind. Aetherplasm and Cheryl Mitsurosis are locked in a tight fight for 18th. Chelsea is driving a 2016 Mazda MX-5 Cup and is currently in 16th place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders and haven't posted their fastest lap yet. Cheryl Mitsu Roses and Chelsea are nose-to-nose for the 17th place. Fishington and Aetherplasm are also locked in a close fight for 19th. Rondon 69, just nudged into the top 11. Cheryl Mitsurosis is climbing to 17. Fishinks and Aetherplasm are nose-to-nose for 19th. Storyforge and JD Anburn are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Rando Booster is chipping away at Zooksterkat's lead, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Wow, Dazleonardo just took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Nice job. Wow, Dazleonardo really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them. Looks like all that extra practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that winning streak in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1969 Ferrari 365 GTB for Daytona. Its design and racing pedigree give it a bit of an edge on a twisty reverse circuit, like Atlanta Motorsports Park. Plus, it's got that classic Ferrari speed and agility that might just outmaneuver the muscle cars. Although I wouldn't completely count out the Daytona. It's got some serious racing credentials and might surprise us all with its straight-line speed. Hey, everyone. The clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite to cheer for yet, now's the time. Don't want to miss out on the excitement, right? Get those selections in before the countdown ends. Oh wow, what a classic showdown. On one hand, we've got the vintage charm of the 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner Dodided. That car's got style and a bit of raw muscle. On the other hand, the 1970 Dodge Challenger RT, which is practically a legend in its own right, known for its power and sleek looks. Honestly, since we're on Atlanta Motorsports Park reverse, the track's tight turns and short straightaways might favor the Challenger a little more because of its handling and punch. But don't count out the Plymouth completely. Sometimes the old school muscle surprises us. I'd say the Dodge Challenger RT might just edge out in this race. But hey, anything can happen when AI is involved. It's all about who hits the perfect line first. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Atlanta Motorsports Park Reverse, and leading the pack in the 1970s, Supercars class is Bot e Havixima, in a classic 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. Buckle up, this should be a fun ride. Ihave Exema has taken an early lead, with Mr. Roche right behind in second place. Lisa Shibi is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Mr. Roche and Ihave Exema are locked in a fierce duel for first place. Connor Malady is climbing up to third, just behind Lisa Shibi. Lisa Shibi and Connor Malady are also fighting hard for the third spot. Randa Booster is climbing up to 7th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is also moving up to 8th. Unknown Tactics and Tales of Strilly are neck and neck for 9th. Vargela Svet is driving a 1970 Dodge Challenger RT. They're holding on to the 5th spot, so they're not making any dramatic moves, but staying steady in the middle of the pack. Brenda Booster is climbing fast to 5th place. Vargala Svet and Brando Buster are nose to tail for that spot. Queen Manda is making a move up to 9. Turbo Benzina is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle. S looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Brando Buster is climbing up to 4th place. Leaders Shibby and Brando Buster are nose to nose for that spot. Ai Rafael is inching up to 12th. Mr. Roche is now in 1st place. Brando Buster is gaining on Connor Malati, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Mine and My Style at 21. And Vargala Svet are neck and neck for 6th place. Queen Manda climbs to 8th place. Rusna Palm 6 advances to 14th place. Nulavi and Rusna Palm 6 are nose to tail for the 14th spot. Brando Buster is right behind Connor Malady now, just a second apart. Queen Manda is hot on Mine and My Style 21's tail, closing the gap too. Ai Rafael just climbed 1 spot to 11. Looks like he's making moves. Connor Malady is driving a 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady after starting in 4th, maybe just waiting for the right moment to make a move. Queen Manda is closing in on Mine and My Style 24, cutting the gap by 1 point a second. They're battling hard for 7th place. Unknown Tactics just gained a spot, now in 11. Rusna Palm 6 just nudged into the 13th place. Calicum Bunny is right behind, giving him a little nudge. Looks like a close fight for that spot. Rusna Palm 6 just overtook someone to take the 12th place. Ai Rafael and Rusna Palm 6 are still neck and neck for that spot. Turbo Benzina has gained 1 position and is now in 16th. Ai Rafael just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th place. Rusna Palm 6 and Ai Rafael are nose to tail fighting for that 12th spot. Nulavi and Dr. Monkey 13 are locked in a close duel for 17th. Calican Bunny just climbed 1 spot to 13th place. Nulavi also moved up 1 spot to 17th place. Queen Manda is climbing up to 7th place. Gary 17 and Rusna Palm 6 are nose to nose for 14th. Crazy Sweetbutt just overtook someone to take 8th place. Tales of Strilly and My Name Style 21 are nose to nose for 9th. Turbo Benzina is inching closer to the top 15. Brando Buster is climbing to 3rd place. Queen Manda is closing in on Vargala Svet, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Tales of Strilly is moving up to 9th place. Ai Rafael is really closing the gap on Unknown Tactics, cutting it down by 1.2 seconds. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing 2 spots, now in 16th place. Tales of Stirly is climbing up to 8th place. Unknown Tactics is now in 10th. Afaya has moved into 11th. Looks like everyone's making some moves today. Congratulations, Mr. Roche. Looks like your car and your skills both decided to take the checkered flag. Well done! Wow, Mr. Roche really strutted their stuff and took the victory. Congratulations. Looks like all that virtual horsepower paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race, maybe even take the crown again. Here's a fun fact for you all. Back in the 1960s and before, streetcar racing was pretty much like bringing your daily driver to a race, but with a lot more horsepower and a whole lot less concern for traffic laws. In those days, muscle cars and hot rods were the stars, and some of the most iconic racers could barely stay within the lines of the law, let alone the racetrack. It was a wild, rebellious time when racing your streetcar was all about pushing limits and showing off your ride's raw power. And honestly, I think some of those cars probably didn't even know they were supposed to stay on the street. Alright everyone. The clock is ticking down to pick your favorite car. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI takes the checkered flag. Get your selections in before it's too late. Wow, what a matchup! On one side we have Kingrit with the classic charm of a 1966 Lotus Cortina. It's lightweight, nimble, and probably loves to dance around tight corners. On the other side, Lemon Cult Games is piloting a 1959 Maserati 3500 GT, which of course, is a grand tourer with power and style but might struggle a bit with agility compared to the Lotus. Considering the Anadara Circuit International has some sharp turns and maybe a few straights for the Maserati to stretch its legs, I'd say the Lotus Cortina might have a slight edge due to its maneuverability. But hey, the Maserati's got the looks and raw power, so it might surprise us all. If I had to put my chips down, I'd leaning towards Kingrit's Lotus just because of the agility factor. But don't count Lemon Cult Games out just yet. In racing, anything's possible. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Anadara Circuit International, and leading the pack from the pole is Bot Esley and a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle Lux. Looks like we're starting with some real vintage muscle, so buckle up. Aisley is leading the race right from the start. Ragnaroks is right behind in second place, and Ovidus is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Nulavi is climbing up to third place. Token's Flora is also moving up to 8th. The battle between Toucan's Flora and Basen's Art Wu for 7th is getting pretty close. Memuida and Ovidus are nose to nose for 4th place. Toucan's Flora is climbing fast, now in 6th. Lemon Cult Games and Chateau Todoro Kid 39 are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Yagikat is climbing fast, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Henfatig is making a move, now in 18th after passing 3 cars. Mimuidar is inching up, now in 4th place after gaining 1 spot. Nulavi just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Ragnaroks and Nulavi are still neck and neck for that spot. Toucan's Flora is climbing up to 4th. Things are heating up. Toucan's Flora is closing in on Ragnaroks and has cut the gap by 1.4 seconds. Basidness Art 2 has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. The Grantenshanta is also climbing 1 spot to reach 7th place. The Grand Enchanter is closing in on Merimudar, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Lemon Cult Games is climbing up 1 spot to 9. Vargala Svet and Wild Cavenone are locked in a tight fight for 15. Toucan's Flora is closing in on Ragnaroks, cutting the gap by 1 second. The Grand Enchanter has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Lemon Cult Games has also moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Henfatig is driving a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA. They're currently in the last half of the pack and not making much noise in the race. Chmagishat climbs to 10th place. Wild Cavanona advances to 13th. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Wild Cavanon are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Schoolbus Rustefi is climbing to 8th place. Jagishat is now in 9th. Vargala Svet has moved up to 14th. Toucan's Flora is climbing up to 3rd place. Ragnaroks and Toucan's Flora are nose to nose for that 3rd spot. Wild Cavanona is advancing to 12th place. Henfatig is climbing to 13th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is catching up to 15th place. Vargala Svet and Shoto Todoroki 39 are nose to nose for 15th place. Vargala Svet just nudged ahead of Shoto Todoroki 39 for 15th place. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that position. Schoolbus Rostefti is climbing to 7th place. Jmagishat and Meimudar are locked in a close fight for 8th. Henfatig is gaining ground to reach 13th. Jmagishat advances to 8th place. Henfatig climbs to 11th. while Kevanone and Ovidus are nose-to-nose for 12. Schoolbus Rostev is closing in on Vagrant Tanter, the gap shrinking to just over a second. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up to 16th place. Beef Sliders is also on the move, now in 19th spot. Lemon Cult Games is closing in on Muramuda, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Handfatig is hot on Lemon Cult Games' tail, closing in by 1 second. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up the ranks, moving into 15th place. Congratulations to Exley for taking the top spot at Anadara Circuit International. Danawatiri, Demjita Tarboadi, and Tinada the Thomas. Looks like they were in a league of their own today. Well done. Wow, Exley really nailed it. Great job taking the top spot. You've officially outraced all those virtual contenders. That was an impressive display of driving skills, even if they were just code. Congrats again. Sure. Did you know that the 1995 Ferrari F50 was built to celebrate Ferrari's 50th anniversary? It's basically like a birthday gift to itself, packed with a V12 engine that was directly derived from Ferrari's Formula One car of that era. Talk about showing off your racetrack skills. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Don't make me pick for you and end up with something embarrassing. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, we've got a classic versus a supercar here. The 1993 Vector W8 is a rare, sleek beast with some serious design behind it. But the Ferrari F50 is basically a speed machine built for racing. Considering the speed and handling capabilities, I gotta lean toward the Ferrari F50 having the edge on Weatherfield Speedway. But hey, this is AI racing after all, so anything can happen. Stay tuned. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Weatherfield Speedway with Bot Franquerti in the lead, driving a classic 1994 Ferrari. Say if that vintage speedster can hold on to the top spot. Stephen Brinkley has taken the lead right out of the gate. Franquerti is holding strong in second place. Rome Spider is sitting in third, but I bet they're already eyeing some overtakes. Franquerti just overtook and is now in first place. Stephen Brinkley and Franquerti are nose-to-tail fighting for the lead. Rome Spider and Stephen Brinkley are locked in a close duel for second. Mutube is on the rise, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Chizendashauer is making a move, passing 4 cars to reach 22nd, while Kavanona is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 25th. Maldux FCF is climbing up to 6th place. HP Lootcraft and Maldux FCAF are nose-to-nose for that spot. Jordan F is inching into the top 10. Merchigan Live just overtook someone to take second place. Franquerti and Merchigan Live are still nose-to-nose for second. Jordan F has moved up to 8th and is fighting hard with HP Lootcraft for 7th. Girl of Diamond is climbing up to 3rd place. Jordan F is now in 7th. Mutuba has moved into 8th. Jordan F is climbing to 6th place. Satsuma Girl is also moving up to 15th. NNNN Savage and Korzyun. Aniplag Dagadeli's Kamev Savage and Klumer Girl are neck and neck for 15th. Mutuba is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars, while Kavanona is making a strong push, moving up 4 spots to 24th. Girl of Diamond is closing in on Merchican Live, cutting the gap by a full 1.5 seconds. Girl of Diamond and Merchican Live are nose to tail for 2nd place. Maldux FDF and Franquerti are locked in a close fight for 6th. Joey Pastrami just gained 1 spot and is now 11. Wild Kavanon is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 20. Gerlof Diamond is inching closer to the front, now in second. Maldux FTF is making steady progress, moving up 1 spot to 6th. Atelier Torias is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 20. Frago is inching up 1 place to 11. Joey Pastrami and Fragote are nose to nose for 11. Pumpkin Off Glory is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 18. La Roche is closing in, moving 3 spots to 19. Cheese and Dash Hour is also making moves, overtaking 4 cars to land in 20. Swell Play SV is climbing to 8th place. Dragoo and HP Lootcraft are nose to nose for 9th. Jody Pastrami is closing the gap on Fragout, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Swell Play Steve and Stephen Brinkley are nose to tail for 8th place. Dragoo just nudged up to 10th and is eyeing the next spot. Dragoo and Swell Play Stevie are practically glued for 9th. Dragoo is charging through the field, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Joey Pastrami has gained 1 spot, now in 10th. Belthanatis has also moved up 1 position to 12th. Belthane the Beast and Stephen Brinkley are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Muatuba is closing in on Jordan F, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pumpkin Offgary has moved up 1 spot to 15. Brandabusta Azu gained 1 position, now sitting in 16. Atelier Torias is closing the gap on NNR Savage by 15.40 seconds. Belthanate Beast and Stephen Brinkley are battling for 11th place. Katsumagu and Brandobusta are fighting for 16. Wow, Roan Spider really sped to victory. Looks like they're the king of Weatherfield Speedway today. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic win for Rome Spider. Congratulations on taking the top spot. That was some impressive driving right there. Looks like they really knew how to push that car to the limit. Well done, Rome Spider. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility because tight corners and sharp turns demand a car that can navigate swiftly without losing traction. It's not just about being fast in a straight line. Being able to control the car through those tricky bits will make all the difference. Acceleration is important too, but if your car can't stay glued to the road around those curves, you're probably going to lose precious seconds. So in summary, handling and control win the day here. Alright everyone, time's running out to pick your favorite car. Make your choices quick before the race kicks off. Don't want to miss out on the chance to see which AI car takes the crown. Alright, so we've got Arlocoast in that vintage Hesketh 308D, and Fishing's cruising in the Ensign in 176. Both classic choices from 1976, which makes this race even more interesting. The Hesketh 308D, with its unique design and historical quirks, might have a slight edge if the AI is tuned to favor handling and agility. On the other hand, the Ensign in 176, being a bit more boxy and straightforward, could surprise us with decent speed and stability, but probably won't match the charm and potential finesse of the Hesketh. Given the cars and the AI's tendency to favor balance, I'd say Arlocoast's Hesketh has a good shot at taking the win. But hey, anything can happen when machines from the 70s are put in a digital race. I wouldn't count Fishing's out just yet. Alright. Everyone, the race kicks off at Gentrack 1. And leading the pack is Bot Figurator Sport in a classic 1976, March 761. Let's see if this vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Figurator Sport has shot to the front, taking the lead right off the bat. Waldo is holding strong in second place, while Big Old Nerd is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Titus 61 is climbing up to 6th place. Lear Rizal and Titus 61 are nose-to-nose for 6th. Gary 17 is also making moves, now in 9th. Ihava Ixema is now 7th. Dude Smoke Ab Blunt has climbed to 11th. Mishima is in 13th. Mishiman just overtook Feskis and now they're nose-to-nose for 12th place. This race is heating up. Gary 17 and Lear Rizal are nose-to-tail for 8th place. Mission Men and Dude Smokey Blunt are swapping positions for 11th. Neotexum and Feskis are locked in a close fight for 13th. Samum Samum is driving a Surtees TS19. Looks like they're holding steady in the back, probably just enjoying the scenery. Mighty Chunk is on a roll, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 11 cars. Tyler Drums 31 is making a strong push, moving up 8 spots to 12. Samun Zamwin is also gaining ground, overtaking 5 cars to reach 16th. Ihavif Exema is charging through the field, now in 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mission Man is climbing fast, now in 10th after passing 4. Feskis is also on the move, now in 12th after overtaking 3 cars. TT61 is storming ahead to take the lead. Mid-Syrup starts is right behind, also making a huge jump. Tylodrums 31 is not far off, climbing up fast. The top three are really making a statement. Mighty Chunk is charging ahead to take the lead. Figure 8 to Sport is not far behind, climbing up to second. Waldo is making a strong push, now in third. The race is heating up at the front. Just Penchakis is on a roll, climbing 3 places to third. Figure 8 to Sport is holding the lead now, moving up 1 to first. Waldo is also gaining ground, moving up 1 to second. Wanabikido is now in third place. Ihefe Exima has moved into fourth. Larusel is climbing to seventh. Turbo Benzina is climbing up to 18th place. Samun Samun is now 22. Both making some moves today. T261 is racing a Tyrrell 07, starting in 7th place. Their race seems to be a non-starter or a crash, since their current position is listed as 7th, with a time of 99.999. T261 is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 19. Dude Smokey Blunt is climbing steadily up to 10. He's now in a close fight with Mission Man for 9th place. Teski's just moved up 1 spot to 10. Turbo Benzina is closing in on Fishinch, chipping away at the gap by over 2 seconds. Begoldnet is also on the hunt, closing in on Tylodrums 31 by 2.5 seconds. Tylodrums 31 is driving a Fittipaldi FD04. Their race looks rough, with the slowest lap time by far and a position in the last few. TT61 is driving a Tyrrell 07, which is known for its distinctive design and competitive edge in the 1976 season. Their race is not going well, currently in the 8th place, and with a lap time of over 2 minutes, indicating struggles or possible issues. Congratulations to Figure 8 Sport on winning the race. Looks like they really sped past the competition. Sure thing. Did you know that the Nissan GT-R has a nickname among racing fans? They call it Godzilla because of its powerful presence and dominance on the track. It's like the monster of the racing world, roaring through the competition with style and speed. Quite fitting, right? Alright everyone, get those final picks in before the timer runs out. Don't leave me here racing solo with no car selection. Hurry up and make your choice, we want this to be a proper showdown. Oh, this is a classic showdown. The Porsche 911 GT 2 from 1998 is known for its agility and sharp handling. It's like the ninja of the track sneaking through curves effortlessly. Meanwhile, the Chrysler Viper GTSR from 24 is a beast with raw power and a gutsy engine. It's more like the bulldozer that just plows through everything in its path. Honestly, if this were about straight-line speed, I'd give the Viper a solid edge. But on a track like Kyalami Vintage, which has those tight turns and technical sections, the Porsche might just have the upper hand. So, I'd lean towards Stephen Brinkley with the Porsche for the win, unless the Viper manages to outmuscle it on the straights. It's a close call, but that's what racing's all about. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Kyalami Vintage track, and look at that. The TTV Turbo Benzina class with the 2004 Salient 7R is starting in pole position. Someone's feeling confident right out of the gate. Let's see if they can hold on to it. Turbo Benzina is leading the race, followed closely by Iggy Tapsambongsiix in second place. Stephen Brinkley is currently in third. Looks like a tight start up front. Nyalathot Tep 988 is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 9th place. Wenny Tabsambongsiix is holding on to the lead, moving up 1 spot to first. Gabi Feminimak and Oskzerod are locked in a close fight for 4th place. Yabuergo Wanda just sneaked into the 18th place. Mina Maistaya at 21 and Quiz 44 are nose-to-nose for 20th. Frankenbalz and Reiko Haruji are also locked in a close fight for 22nd. Equinox 2 just moved up one spot to 7th place. Equinox 2 and you and Senar Savage are nose to tail for 6th place. Amy and Equinox 2 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Wanga Tank 7272 is climbing up to 15th place. Yabora Rwanda just overtook one spot to take 16th. Silhouette and Yabora Rwanda are nose to nose for 16th. Sirarita is inching closer to Husky Hulk, closing the gap by a second and a bit. They're neck and neck for the 12th spot. Yabora Rwanda just grabbed the 15th place, climbing up one position. Sirarilia advances to 12th place. Quiz 44 climbs 2 spots to 21st. Rekoharu G and Quiz 44 are nose to tail for 21st. Equinox Doan and Senar Savage are nose to tail for 6th place. Nyal Ep 98 is climbing up to 8. Lin Shekoni 1 and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 9. Equinox Duo is dropping back to 15th place. Gabitha Minimac is climbing to 4th. Nyaralitotip 988 is advancing to 7th. Equinox Duo is really having a rough time dropping to 27th place. Amy is climbing up to 7th. Langatang 7272 is making progress and is now 15th. Yabora Rwanda and Jungenstort 102 are nose to nose for 13th place. Lord Buttrell just snuck up one spot to 25. Nyarlathotep 988 just sneaked into 7th place. Nyarlathotep 988 and N.A. Senar Savage are nose to nose for 6th. Yabora Rwanda and Jungensesto 102 are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Nyarlathotep 98 is climbing up to 6th place. Lin Shikab 21 is now 8th. Bazamik Bintwo 183 has moved into 9. Looks like the pack is shifting around nicely. Maricus is catching up to the Hyper 7, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Story Forge is right behind Maricus, also closing in by 140 seconds. Equinox Duo is gaining on Dishonored Fox, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Wow! Warranty Tapsun Bongs X really took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done! Wow, what a performance! Congratulations to the winner, NT Tapsumbong X. That was an impressive drive. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that winning streak in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I might go with the 1964. Porsche 356e. It's a classic that's known for its nimbleness and handling, which are pretty crucial on a track like Nonstop. Plus, it's got that timeless Porsche balance between power and agility that could give it an edge over some of these more vintage or less performance-oriented options. The smaller size and lightweight nature of the Porsche should help it navigate the corners with surprising grace. Alright folks, the clock's about to strike 0 on picking your cars. If you've been sitting on the fence, now's the time to jump in or forever hold your peace. Hurry up before all the good rides are gone. Alright, so we have Maracas in the classic Abarth 1000 TCR and a Welderino in the Lada 2101.T. Both from 1970, which is quite the vintage showdown. The Abarth is known for its agility and racing pedigree, so Maracas might have the edge in handling and speed around Nonstop's twists and turns. Meanwhile, the Lada 2101, being more of a rugged utilitarian car, probably won't be as quick but could surprise us with its durability and unexpected grip. Honestly, I'd put my chips on Maracas. The Abarth's racing DNA should give it a noticeable advantage here. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Who knows? Maybe the Lada will pull off a miracle. Alright everyone, the race at Nonstop is underway and leading the pack is the Group 1 bot Cobracle in a 1979 Puma GTE. Seems like vintage charm is giving it a head start today. Cobracle has shot off the line to take the lead. Queen Manda is hot on their tail in second. Mighty Chunk is holding on to third but expects some fireworks soon. Welderino just gained one spot and is now in fourth place. Cherofakitten and Schoolbus Rostevi are locked in a close fight for 8th. 2Ps and a podcast moved up 2 spots and is now in 12th. Sputnik Inzet is climbing to 6th place. Elite Satona 95 is making a move to 13th. Renault T4 is advancing to 16th. Schoolbus Rustev Date is climbing up to 7th place. Cherofakitten and Naide are still locked in a close fight for 8th. 2Ps and a podcast is making a move to 11th. Welderino is driving a 1970 Lada 2101, which is known for its simplicity and durability. They're currently in 4th place, holding a solid position but not quite at the front. Looks like they're maintaining a steady pace so far. Queen Manda and Cobracle are nose to tail at the front. Wenti Tapson Longdex has just sneaked into the top 10. Cliffzone and MooTube are fighting for the 14th spot. Looks like a photo finish. Cliffzone is climbing up to 14th place. Apex Milkbag is also advancing to 15th place. Mutuba and Apex Milkbag are nose to nose in a fierce fight for 15. Sputnik NZ is climbing nicely to 5th place. Renok T4 is making a move to 16. Avildarino just overtook for 2nd place. Queen Manda is not making it easy though. School Boost Defi is closing in on the top 5. Queen Manda and Cobracle are neck and neck for 1st place. Mighty Chunk has climbed up to 3rd place. Wendy's Tapsumbong 6 is closing in on Cherofa Kitten, cutting the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Mighty Chunk is really closing in on Queen Manda, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Looks like a potential overtake coming up. 2 Peas and a Podcast is climbing up to 10th place, making a move through the field. Sputnik NZ is driving a 1968 Honda S800 RSC, which is currently in 5th place. They've set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:23.588, showing they've got some serious speed. Looks like they're pushing hard and making up ground. Cherofa Kitten is climbing up to 7th place. Cherofa Kitten and Schoolbus Defi are nose to nose for 6th. 2 Peasant Podcast is chipping away at Annie Tapsumbonkan's lead, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Maricus is holding on to 4th but struggling to keep up with the top 3. Meanwhile, Avildarino is in 5th and closing the gap, so the final lap could get interesting if they keep this pace. Queen Manda is driving in 1963 Lancia Fulvia, currently in 2nd place. Looks like she's got the pace with her fastest lap being faster than the leaders. She's closing in on Cobracle but still needs to find a way past. Cliffzone is driving a 1979 Lada 2105-D1. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be struggling a bit with a time of 1:28. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Queen Manda and Cobracle are nose to nose for the lead. 2 Peasant Podcast is gaining on Empty Tapsumbonk X, closing the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Mutuba is hot on Renok T4's tail, closing in by a little over a 1.25 seconds. Apex Milkbag is driving a 1979 Lada 2105-10. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the last few racers. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Naibes driving a 1964 Abarth 850 TC Corsa, which is known for its lightweight and nimbleness. Looks like their race is not going well with a position in the middle of the pack and a slow fastest lap compared to others. Sputnik NZ is climbing to 4th place. Sputnik NZ and Mighty Chunk are nose-to-nose for third. Cherofa Kitten is closing in on Maracus, shrinking the gap by over a second. Cherofa Kitten and Maracus are battling for seventh. Wow, Cobracle, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow, Cobracle really brought their A game today. Congratulations on the win, you totally crushed it out there. Looks like all that practice paid off. Sure thing. Did you know that Ebisu Higashi is famous for its challenging corners and the variety of terrain? It's like the roller coaster of racing tracks, making every pass a little game of skill and guts. It's no wonder drivers have to be both brave and precise to conquer it. Wow, what a classic showdown. The Maserati 250F is iconic with its race-winning legacy from the 1950s. But the Ferrari 375 Indy brings some serious racing history too. Considering the track is Ebisu Higashi, which is tight and technical, I'd say the driver's skill will be tested as much as the car's agility. The Maserati has a slight edge in steering finesse, but the Ferrari's power might help it pull ahead in the straights. Honestly, my bet is on the Maserati for that vintage elegance and handling finesse. But don't count out the Ferrari. It could surprise us with a burst of speed. Either way, it's a race worth watching. Alright folks, the race is off at Ebisu Higashi, and leading the pack is Bot Dongerzon 3, in a classic 1958 Maserati 250F. That vintage beauty is starting strong. Let's see if it can hold on to that pole position. Rundin 69 has shot off the line to take the lead. Dongerzon 3 is right behind in second place. B39 is currently in third, trying to keep up. Looks like a close battle already. V39 is climbing to second place. Mighty Chunk is now in sixth. Grandelive has moved into eighth. Immobius is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves so far. Unstable is climbing up to 4th place. Mighty Chunk is now in 5th. Simplemachus has moved into 6th. Looks like everyone's playing the upgrade game. Mutwolf is dropping back to 14. Gaming Tophi Cancer is climbing to 8. Bashobrand is moving up to 9. Joey 1 is driving a 1952 Kuzma Afi. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, trying to make moves but not quite there yet. Simplemachus is in 7th place driving a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. Their race looks steady so far, but they might need a boost to move up. V39 is driving a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. A classic that's holding steady in 2nd place. Looks like they're keeping pace but not making any daring moves yet. Yamobius is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. They're currently in 11th place and have a decent lap time but need to pick up the pace to move forward. Joey 1 is racing a 1952 Kuzma Afi. They're currently in 12th place and have a pretty decent lap time, but they need to pick up the pace to climb higher. The classic Indy cars seem well matched on this track, with close lap times showing no clear dominance. The track's tight corners probably favor skill over car advantage, keeping the race competitive. Joey 1 is climbing up to 10th place. Yunus Gota Leeds is also making moves, now in 11th. Looks like they're both on a roll. Abomzi is right behind Amobius now, closing the gap rapidly. Simplemachus is gaining on Mighty Chunk, but not quite as fast. The classic IndyCar cars are pretty evenly matched on this track, but the tight competition at the front suggests the track favors skill over car differences. Mighty Chunk is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. They're currently in 6th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 8 seconds and 64 hundredths. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite catching the leaders. Wow, Random 69 really showed everyone how it's done at Ibizu Higashi. Congratulations on the win, you must be thrilled. Wow! Random 69 took the win. Congratulations. Looks like all that virtual driving paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Well deserved. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Circuit Assen North has a lot of sharp turns and technical sections, so a car that can stick to the road and maneuver smoothly through tight curves would have the best advantage. Straight line speed is nice, but being able to zip through those chicanes without losing control will make all the difference here. Hey everyone! Hurry up and make your choice before time runs out. You don't want to miss out on picking the perfect race car for this chaos. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright. This is a pretty interesting matchup. Turbo Benzina's Maserati MC12G T1 is a beast, known for its speed and straights. But Dongerzon 3's BMW M3 E46 GTR has that raw agility and handling finesse that can really shine on a track like Assen North with all those twisty corners. If it's a straight fight, Turbo Benzina might have the edge with the Maserati's raw power. But if the race involves a lot of technical driving, Dongerzon 3's BMW could pull off a surprise. Honestly, I'm leaning toward the BMW just because Assen's sharp corners favor a car that's more nimble. But hey, stranger things have happened when AI is involved. Let's see who crosses the line first. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Circuit Assen North, and leading the pack is the bot down to quest in a classic 2001 BMW M3 E46G TTR. Let's see if that nostalgic beast can hold its lead. Rowdy Zerolf is leading the race, followed closely by Down to Quest in second place. Yama Priest is currently in third, trying to keep up. Starbucks is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 5th place. Serpro 3 has moved up 1 spot to 3rd. Yama Priest and Serpro 3 are nose to tail, battling hard for 3rd place. Serpro 3 is climbing to 2nd place. Starbucks is pushing up to 4th. Mariaco Bleich is also moving up to 5th. They are all close in the fight for 4th place. Its Seror is now in 13th place. Grampy Giraffe and its Seror are nose to nose for that position. Wrath 92 is climbing to 17th. Turbo Benzina and Yama Priest are nose to nose for 6th place. Ebony Shadow and Dongerzon 3 are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Grampy Earth is climbing up to 13th, making the move. Starbucks just climbed 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. Down Quest and Starbucks are still neck and neck for that third spot. Ebony Shadow is also moving up one spot, and is now in 8th place. Starbucks is in 3rd place, driving a Chevrolet Corvette C6R from 2006. Their fastest lap is just under a minute, so they're holding a solid pace but still a bit behind the leader. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just climbed one spot to 22nd place. Shoebox TV also moved up one spot to 23rd. Looks like they're both making some progress. The tight corners at Essen North are favoring the drivers with better handling and precision. The top contenders are staying close, but the slower cars are struggling to keep up on the straights. Marco Bleich is driving a Lamborghini Murcielago, or G. He's currently in 5th place and has a slowest lap of 1 minute and 0.653 seconds. Looks like he's not pushing the fastest lap but holding steady. Rowdy Zerolf is driving a 27.7 Koenigsegg CCGT, which is a rare and powerful car. They're currently leading the race comfortably, with the fastest lap time of 59.475 seconds, showing they're pushing hard. Marco Bleich is closing in on Quest, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. They are battling hard for 4th place. Dongetson 3 and Ebony Shadow are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Amy just overtook Dongetson 3 and is now in 9th place. They're still neck and neck, racing for that spot. Marco Bleich is driving a Lamborghini Murcielago RGT and is currently in 5th place. His fastest lap is a 10.014, so he's holding steady but not setting the pace. Marco Bleich is gaining ground on Quest, closing the gap by 1 second. They are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Well, look at that. Rowdy Zerolf just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Congratulations! Congratulations to Rowdy Zerolf on winning the race. That was quite the impressive drive. Well done. And a big shout out to Turbo Benzina for winning the bet race. You can now claim the sleek 2004 Maserati MC12 GT1. I hope you're ready to take that beauty for a spin. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would say the 1992 Nissan Skyline GT-R 32 might have the edge. Its all-wheel drive system combined with its twin-turbo inline-6 engine gives it a good shot at handling those vintage curves with authority. Plus, it's known as Godzilla for a reason, right? The Porsche 911 Carrera RSR could be a close contender with its legendary handling and power, but I think the Skyline's tech and balance might just give it the slight edge on this vintage circuit. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown's almost up, and then these cars are hitting the track. Don't miss your chance to see which AI driver you think will come out on top. Hurry up and make your selection. Ooh, this is quite the nostalgic showdown. The Mitsubishi Starion from 1988 has that classic turbocharged charm, but the Nissan Skyline GT-R 32 from 1990 is basically the legend that changed the game. It's known for its sophisticated all-wheel drive system and power that just keeps delivering. Considering the car choices, I'd say the Skyline definitely has a slight edge here. The R32's technology and reputation for performance are hard to beat, especially on a vintage track like Kilami. Meg's Boring Life Starion is no slouch, but I'd put my money on the Nissan. It's the kind of car that makes the race exciting and unpredictable, which is what we want in this AI race. Alright everyone. The race kickoff at Calamy Vintage. And look at that. The group of cars are lined up. The pole sitter is driving a classic 1988 Porsche 944 Turbo from the Bot Official Class Alive class. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to its lead. Official Classy Live has shot off the line into the lead. Akvaithi is holding strong in second place. Wayne Nabretsky is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Wayne Nabretsky is climbing to second place. Turbo Benzina is now in sixth. Arlo Coast has moved into seventh. Buckybird is climbing to 10th place. Wendy's Tapsum Bomsix and Buckybird are nose-to-nose for that 10th spot. Josh Gosh is making a move, now in 24th. Celestial Inari is driving a 1991 Honda Civic SIR2, a reliable choice for steady progress. They're currently in 21st place. So it looks like they're holding their own but not making much noise in the top pack. Kingchu 22 is climbing to third place. Wayne Nabretsky and Kingchu 22 are nose-to-nose for second. Buckybird is advancing to ninth. Kingchu 22 is climbing to second place. Meg's Boring Life is also moving up, now in fourth. Akvaithi and Meg's Boring Life are nose-to-tail fighting for fourth. Akvaithi is climbing up to fourth place. Turbo Benzina is now in fifth. Arlo Coast has moved into sixth. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Buckybird just sneaked into seventh place. Billy and Crazy Sweet Butt are nose to nose for 26th. Sir Gamingate is just ahead of Popcorn Slayer in the fight for 18th place. Josh Byosh and Celestial Inari are nose to nose for 22nd. Billy and Crazy Sweet Butt are locked in a close duel for 26th. Vodka Morning and Wayne Trey 94 are nose to tail for 15th place. Cirque Gamingate and Popcorn Slayer are locked in a fierce fight for 18th. Kingship 22 is closing in on official class alive, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Bucky Gord has moved up one spot to take 6th place. Arlo Coast and Buckybird are nose to tail, fighting for 6th. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 4th place. Buckybird is also moving up, now in 5th. Akvaithi and Buckybird are nose to tail for that 5th spot. Arlo Coast is climbing up to 6th place. Rainy Sapsumbonks and Meg's Boring Life are nose to nose for 8th. Senor Flip Flopona. Our Winyarvestelhandervis 2020 is sneaking into 15th. Leaf Sliders is closing in on Imus Gordon, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 has moved up one spot to take the 16th position. Josh Byosh has also gained one spot, now in 23rd. Kingshu 22 is gaining on official class alive, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Turbo Benzina is catching Wayne Bretsky, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Meg's Boring Life is climbing up to 7th place, moving up one spot. Imus Gordon advances to 9th place. Excepcion climbs to 16th. Vodka Morning and Wayne Trey 94 are nose to nose for 17th. Exception and Senor Flip Flopone, 100 and 2020 are nose to nose for 15th place. Sarah Gamingate is sneaking into 18th, one spot closer to the front. Well, look at that. Official Classy Live just took the victory. Guess they were saving the best for last. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Looks like official Class Alive really knew what they were doing out there. Huge congratulations to them for taking the win. They definitely earned that victory today. Great job. Sure. The 2017 Toro Rosso TR12 was actually powered by a Honda engine, which was a bit of a gamble at the time since Honda was still trying to catch up in the F1 world. It's like bringing a skateboard to a race car duel. Bold move, but it kept things interesting. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery in terms of skills and experience, this race could go either way. It's like trying to pick a winner in a coin flip. I'd say it comes down to who can handle the track better, and maybe a little bit of luck. Honestly, I just enjoy the chaos and see who surprises us at the end. Who do you think has the edge when neither of them has much background? Alright folks, the race is underway at Valencia, and it looks like bot Dicey Chains in the pole position, cruising in a 2017 Haas Faith F17. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the pack will catch up. Dicey Chains has taken an early lead, with a Bomsey right behind in second place. Spikles is holding on to the third spot, but I wouldn't count out any of these drivers just yet. Jordan F and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Rookie Miriki is climbing up to 7. Annex Agarax is sneaking into 8. Max Pirelli and Jordan F are neck and neck for 5th place. Rookie Miriki and Max Pirelli are also close for 6th. Balsamic Vinfo 83 just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Trash Crashton is climbing to 11th place. Lotse Crespi is now in 15th, both making some moves today. And Atei Warnisira. Max Pirelli is climbing up to 5th place. Jordan F and Max Pirelli are battling hard for that spot. Turbo Benzina and Emeraldic 398 are neck and neck for 13th. Trash Crashton just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Thea, Empress and Trash Crashton are nose-to-nose for 10th. Lord Secrespi and Turbo Benzina are locked in a close fight for 14th. Spikles and Abamzi are nose to tail for 2nd place. Lord Secrespi is climbing up 1 spot to 14. The Valencia street circuit's tight corners are making overtakes tricky, so staying ahead means avoiding mistakes and capitalizing on any slip-ups. Abumzi is driving a Toro Rosso's TR12. They're holding 3rd place but seem to be stuck behind some Renaults. Looks like a quiet but steady race for now. Dieth Empress is driving a Haas F17. Looks like they're climbing up from 10th to 11th, so not too shabby, but still some room to overtake. Dicey Shines is leading the race in a Haas F17. Looks like they're comfortably ahead with no immediate threats. Their fastest lap is still a mystery, but they seem to be in control. A Bumsy is driving a Toro Rosso STR12 and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady, but the race is far from over. Cloudsurfer 69 is driving a Renault RS17 and currently holds the 4th place. Their fastest lap is just over 1:47. Looks like they're holding steady but not setting the world on fire. The tight street circuit is keeping overtakes tricky, so staying consistent is paying off. The top drivers are holding their positions with minimal risk. The Bomsey is driving a Toro Rosso STR, currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is a 1:47.064, which suggests they're holding steady, but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like they're hanging in there, but the top two are pulling away. The F1 2017 cars seem well matched for Valencia's tight street layout, keeping the race close. The Haas and Renaults are leading, probably benefiting from good handling and balance. The McLaren's hanging in there too, despite being a bit behind the front. Track and car combos keeping the field pretty competitive. Auguste Wolfe is driving a Renault RS17 and is currently in the 12th position. Their fastest lap is a 1:47.345, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the world on fire. Wow, Daisy Chance really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! They must be feeling like the king or queen of the track right now. Let's see if they can keep that streak going in the next race. Sure. A fun fact about the 2015 Ferrari 488 GTB is that it features a turbocharged V8 engine, which was a big change for Ferrari at the time. They usually stuck to naturally aspirated engines, so this turbo boost gave it a lot more torque and made the car a lot more exciting to drive. It's like Ferrari decided to give us a little extra kick in the pants with this one. Alright, everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the race. With Turbo Benzina's experience of 458 races and a winning record, they definitely have some track time and confidence behind them. Even though they're ranked 18th, it's not like they're new to racing. Figurati Sport, on the other hand, is a bit of a mystery. So I'd say Turbo Benzina might have the edge here. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. They could surprise us and leave Turbo Benzina in the dust. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Interlomas track with the modern supercars class. Our pole sitter is the bot Meg's Boring Life, charging ahead in a classic 2005 Ford GT. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold its lead, or if the modern machines will chase it down. Meg's Boring Life has shot off the line into the lead. Bees McGee is holding second place, trying to keep up. Turbo Benzina is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Mutuba is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 13th place. Bees McGee is holding on to the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Figurati Sport is also on the rise, gaining 2 spots to 2nd place. Blanky Frankie is closing in on Figurati Sport, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. The Hyper 7 is climbing up to 5th place. Neotexum is also moving up to 8th place. Neotexum and Akvaithi are locked in a tight fight for 7th. JD Burn is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Blanky Frankie is dropping back 8 positions to 11th. Meg's Boring Life is making a small gain, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Blanky Frankie is really having a rough time, dropping 6 spots to 17th. Turbo Benzina is climbing steadily into the top 3. The Dreamkeeper and Maya are locked in a close fight for 9th place, neck and neck. The Dreamkeeper is storming ahead, overtaking 3 cars to reach 7th place. Akvaithi and the Dreamkeeper are nose to tail, fighting hard for 7th. Maya and JD Burn are locked in a close duel for 9th. Neotexum is now in 5th place, closing the gap with the Hyper 7. Akvaithi has moved into 7th, making a nice climb. The battle for 5th is heating up, and it looks like Neotexum is not giving up easily. Neotexum is now in 4th place, closing in on the top 3. Meg's Boring Life and Neotexum are still neck and neck for that 4th spot. The Dreamkeeper has advanced to 7th, but the race for the top continues to heat up. Akvaithi just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. JD Burn and Akvaithi are nose-to-tail fighting for that position. Mutuba is also gaining ground, now in 10th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. The Dreamkeeper is slicing through the field, closing in on the Hyper 7 by over a second. Yadi Anburn is climbing up to 8th place. Shikamaru is making moves, now in 14th. The Yper 7 and Meg's Boring Life are nose-to-nose for 5th place. T-Boom just snuck into 16th position. Blanky Frankie is closing in on Patsors, shrinking the gap by 3.4 seconds. New Texum is right behind Turbo Benzina now, just a second and a half separating them. Shikomaru has climbed one spot and is now in 12th place. Patswords and T-Boom are nose-to-nose fighting for 15th. Blanky Frankie is driving a back mono, a lightweight and agile track-focused car. They're currently in 8th place, and their fastest lap is a blistering one, 7.845, which suggests they're really pushing hard. Wow, Bees McGee really buzzed to the finish line first. Congratulations on the sweet victory. Wow, Bees McGee really outdid themselves this time. Congratulations! That was an impressive run. I guess all those busy bees finally paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next. A fun fact about the 2012 shifter kart is that it's like the ninja of the kart world, known for its quick turns and crazy acceleration. It's built for pure adrenaline with a high-revving engine that can make even the most seasoned drivers feel like they're on a roller coaster. Plus, it's often considered a training ground for future racing legends because of how demanding and skillful it is to master. So basically, it's the go-kart that's secretly a little bit of a racing beast in disguise. Alright, so it's a pretty even match with two drivers we don't know much about. They're both in the same car, which levels the playing field a bit, but that just makes it more exciting to see who has the skills. I'd probably say it's a toss-up. But I'm leaning slightly towards the driver who's got a little more guts, or maybe a touch more experience behind the wheel. So, who do you think has the edge? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Black Cat County Short Track, and on pole we have Buck the Chaotic Weirdo in a classic 2012 shifter cart. Let's see if that oldie can hold up. The race kicks off with the Chaotic Weirdo leading the pack, followed closely by Potzors in second and Ice holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Potzors and the Chaotic Weirdo are nose to tail for the lead. Stephen Brinkley just slipped into fourth, inching closer to the top. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Stephen Brinkley are now locked in a fierce duel for fourth place. Potzors is now in first place. Shoto Todoroki 39 has moved up to fourth. Franquetti is in sixth. Franquetti and Stephen Brinkley are nose to nose for fifth. Naturalian Lucky just nudged into sixth place. That battle between Naturalian Lucky and Stephen Brinkley for fifth is getting spicy. Bethreline is climbing up to 11th, slowly but surely. Jebu Ugi is in 8th place on a 2012 shifter cart. Looks like they're just hanging around, maybe waiting for a mistake from someone ahead. Mr. Wolf J just overtook Nulavi for the 16th place. They're still nose to tail, so expect more fireworks soon. Mr. Wolf J is in the 17th place on the grid with a 2012 shifter cart down. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack so far. Franquetti is climbing up to 6th place. Naturalian Lucky and Franquetti are still neck and neck for that position. Nulavi is making a move and is now in 16th place. Ice and the Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for second place. Naturalian Lucky just gained a spot to sit sixth. Naturalian Lucky and Stephen Brinkley are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Ice is trying to hold off the Chaotic Weirdo for second place. Naturalian Lucky and Stephen Brinkley are nose to nose for fifth. The Critica Leg is in 13th place on a 2012 shifter cart. Looks like they're trying to catch up, but still a few spots behind. Stephen Brinkley and Shoto Todoroki 39 are neck and neck for fourth place. Franquetti and Naturalian Lucky are locked in a close fight for sixth. Stephen Brinkley is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to second place. Franquetti is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to land in 4th. Ice is not holding back, jumping 2 positions to take the lead. Naturalian Lucky is climbing 2 spots to 5th place. Potzors and Naturalian Lucky are nose to nose for 5th. Air 77 is gaining 1 spot to 7th. James Misk is in 13th place, driving a 2012 shifter cart. Looks like they're hanging in the middle of the pack, but no signs of overtaking anyone just yet. Stephen Brinkley's in 2nd place on a 2012 shifter cart dated. Looks like they're hanging in there, maybe waiting for a late surge. The track's tight and short layout is making overtakes tricky, so positioning early is crucial. Orangebank is in the 16th place on the grid. Their car is a 2012 shifter kart. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably trying to find a way around the cars ahead. Car 77 is really having a rough time, dropping 10 places to 17. Ablaza just gained 1 spot to 7. Jebuogi is also climbing 1 spot to 8. Air 77 just blitzed through the field to grab the lead. Ice is right on their tail. Looks like a serious head-to-head for first place. Bill the Old Guy and the Critica Leg are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Bill the Old Guy is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 11. Ice is holding strong at the front, now in first. Stephen Brinkley is also on the rise, moving up 1 spot to second. Well, look at that. Ice just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow! Ice really pulled it off. Big congratulations to them. That was some impressive driving. Looks like all that frozen determination paid off. Alright. The 2014 Toro Rosso STR9 is basically the cousin of the Red Bull racing cars from that season. It's packed with a Renault V8 engine, which means it's got some serious horsepower under the hood. Fun fact though is that despite being a smaller team, Toro Rosso managed to hold their own and even outperformed some of the bigger teams in races. It's like the underdog story of F1 cars. proving that with a little guts and a good build, you don't need to be the biggest to be quick. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out, or you might end up with a surprise choice. Hurry up and join the race. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Joey Pastrami's Lotus E22 is known for its balance and handling, especially on a track like Phillip Island. That car has a pretty good reputation for being nimble and responsive. Frankie's Caterham CT05, on the other hand, is more of an underdog, with a focus on lightweight and simplicity, but it hasn't exactly been a powerhouse in the past. Considering the cars, I'd say Joey Pastrami has a slight edge here. The Lotus's design might give him better speed and control through the corners. Frankie, meanwhile, might be hoping for some wild overtakings, or surprise slip-up from Joey. But honestly, if we're betting on the car's reputation, Joey Pastrami's Lotus should take this one. Alright folks, Botrath 92 is taking the lead right from the start. Starting on pole in a 2014 Caterham CT05. Let's see if they can hold on to that position, or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. Ryan T2 has shot to the front right at the start. Hellskank is holding strong in second, and Wangatang 7 272 is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Velocitar 14 is climbing to fourth place. Joey Pastrami is also moving up to sixth. Egan Wright and Joey Pastrami are nose to nose for sixth place. Turbo Benzina is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Smurf 20 is making a big push, now 9th after overtaking 5 cars. Hellskank is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. Wangatang 7 272 is climbing fast and now in 2nd place. Wrath 92 and Wangatang 7 272 are nose to nose for second. Lordse Crespi is making a move, and now in 15th. Turbo Benzina just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Frankie and Lithocarp are nose to nose for 10th. Nulavi and Justin Gilks are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Joey Pastrami just edged out Wrath 92 for 3rd place. Turbo Benzina and Gerloff Diamond are still neck and neck for 6th. Smurf 20 and Generate are fighting hard for 8th. Bethrelane is charging through the field, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Joey Pastrami has climbed to 3rd place, making a nice move. Turbo Benzina is now in 6th, inching closer to the top. Joey Pastrami is just holding off Wangatang 7272 for 2nd place. Smurf 20 is trying to shake off Girl of Diamond in that close fight for 7th. Plebis 3 and Flanky Frankie are locked in a tight scrap for 11th. Joey Pastrami and Wangatang 7272 are nose to tail for 2nd place. Smurf 20 is climbing up to 7th. Flanky Frankie is making a move to 10th. Joey Pastrami is climbing up to 2nd place. Velocitor 14 is also advancing to 4th. Turbo Benzina and Wrath 92 are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 5th place. Deathrilina is closing in on Flanky Frankie. The gap shrinks by a second. Deathrilina and Flanky Frankie are locked in a tight fight for 11th. Turbo Benzina and Velocitor 14 are nose to tail for 4th place. Smurf 20 and Wrath 92 are also locked in a fierce duel for 6th. Deathrilina is climbing up to 11th, making moves. Plebis 3 is climbing up to 9th place. Lordse Crespi is now in 13. Looks like Plebis 3 is on the move. Turbo Benzina and Velocitor 14 are nose to tail for 4th place. Smurf 20 just sneaked into 6th. Plebis 3 is climbing up to 9th. Plebis 3 and Wrath 92 are neck and neck for 7th place. The 3 lane is closing in on Girl of Diamond, chipping away at the gap. Nulabai just climbed 1 spot to 15. Joey Pastrami and Hellskank are nose to tail for the lead. Turbo Benzina and Velocitor 14 are swapping positions in a close fight for 4th. Smurf 20 and Turbo Benzina are battling it out for 5th place. Justin Gilks is driving a McLaren MP429 and is currently in the middle of the pack. Their fastest lap is just over 118.7, so they're holding steady but not making much noise. Joey Pastrami takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Smurf 20 climbs up to 5th, joining Turbo Benzina in a close fight for that position. Smurf 20 is climbing up to 4th place. Turbo Benzina and Velocitor 14 are nose to nose for 5th. Deathrilina and Plebis 3 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Wow, Joey Pastrami, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Joey Pastrami, you absolutely crushed it. Congratulations on taking the top spot. Looks like all those hours of practice really paid off. Nice job steering your way to victory. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Deutschlandring circuit, I'd probably go with the 2011 Ferrari 458 Italia. It strikes the perfect balance between raw speed, handling, and agility. Plus, it's got that racing pedigree that just screams you're about to get left in the dust. The Porsche 911 GT3 Rs might give it a run for its money, but I'd bet on the Ferrari's combination of power and cornering finesse. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't let your favorite slide by without a chance to race it. Hurry up and make your choice before the countdown hits 0. Wow, what a matchup! On one side we have Gaming to fight cancer with the 2011 Alfa Romeo TZ3 Zagato Tuttuchin. That's a classic, but it's got some age on it. On the other side, Tangaducky TTV is in a 2015 Lotus 311, which is a pretty recent and lightweight speedster. Given the track and the cars, I'd say the Lotus 311 has the edge here. It's built for speed and agility, perfect for Deutschlandring's curves. The Alfa's got style, but might struggle to keep up with the Lotus' sharp handling. So, my money's on Tangaducky TTV to take the win. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Deutschlandring. Leading the pack right now is Bot Salmon in a classic 28 Ferrari 590. 9 GTU. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead. Salmon is leading the pack, followed closely by Neo Texum in second place. Orange Funk is sitting in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Orange Funk is climbing up to second place. Neo Texum and Orange Funk are nose to tail for second. Buchicero and Neo Texum are battling hard for third. Scrooge Champ is on the move, climbing 5 spots to 15. Your Instinct is dropping like a stone, falling 14 places to 20. Neo Texum and Orange Funk are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Darigaus advances to 4th place. Lisa Shibi climbs to 11th. Lisa Shibi and Global's Axel are nose to nose for 10th. Orange Funk is driving a 2018 Bull 05, which is known for its lightweight and agility. They're currently in second place, just behind Salmon Salmon. Looks like they're hanging on tight and trying to stay close. Schoolbus Rustefi is driving a Hellman 430 coupe from 2007. They're currently in 15th place, so they're not exactly setting the world on fire, but not completely lost either. Tango Ducky TTV is inching closer to Filthy Old Guy, both fighting for 12th place. Looks like a close one. Neotexum is driving a 2018 Vool 05, which is known for its lightweight and agility. They're currently in third place, holding a solid position but not quite leading the pack. Looks like they're keeping it clean so far. Buchicero just overtook someone to take 4th place. A windstorm is climbing up to 6th. Lisa Shibi is now in 10th after moving up one spot. Lisa Shibi is climbing up to 9th place. Screwchamp is making a move to 15th. Silver Gaming just climbed to 7th place. Globus Ixel is now in 10th. The Dreamkeeper moved up to 17th. Looks like everyone's making some progress. The Dreamkeeper just flew past 16 cars to grab the lead. Someone and the Dreamkeeper are nose to nose for first place. Schmerzen Live is closing in on Your Instinct, chopping down the gap by a second and a half. The modern streetcars class is pretty evenly matched, so track layout and driver skills seem to be the main factors. Deutschlandring's curves and straights are favoring those with better handling and acceleration. Salmon is now in first place. Orange Funk has moved into second. Neotexum climbs into third. Looks like the top 3 are swapping positions like a game of musical chairs. Globite EC is closing in on Lisa Shibi, cutting the gap by a second. They are battling for 9th place. Screwchamp is climbing up one spot to reach 13th. Plebis 3 and a Windstorm are nose to tail for 6th place. Globos Excel and Lisa Shibi are locked in a close fight for 9th. Lisa Shibi and Silverbird Gaming are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Gaming to Fight Cancer is climbing up to 15th. K-Steflex is right behind, aiming for 15th as well. K-Steflex and Gaming to Fight Cancer are nose to nose for 15th. The Dreamkeeper is driving a Caterham R500, known for its lightweight and raw speed. They are currently in 18th place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Globus Ixel is dropping back to 16th place. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 10th. Tango Ducky TTV is moving up to 11th. Neotexum and Orange Funk are nose to tail for 2nd place. K-Steflex climbs one spot to 14. Globus Ixel also moves up one spot to 15. The Dreamkeeper is driving a Caterham R500, known for its lightweight and agility. They're currently in the 18th place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Global Sil, is driving a 2012 Rough RGT8. They're currently in 11th place, just ahead of the two Rough drivers. Looks like a steady climb or a cautious race so far. Silver Gaming is inching closer to Plebis 3, closing the gap by a second. Flex is rapidly catching Bilthy Guy, closing nearly 2.5 seconds. Tangadaki TTV is climbing up to 10th place. Flex is right behind Bilthy Guy, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Wow! Samun taking the victory again? Looks like they're unstoppable. Guess the competition better step up their game. Wow! Samun really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations! That was a fantastic race to watch. I guess all that salmon training paid off. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the JS Turbo GP circuit, I would go with the Koenigsegg Jesko. It's got that insane combination of aerodynamics, power and handling that just screams I'm here to dominate. Plus, with its advanced engineering, I'd bet it can cut through the circuit like a hot knife through butter. Alright everyone, last chance to pick your favorite car. Make your decisions quickly or you might end up with the slowpoke of the bunch. The countdown is ticking, so get those picks in before it's too late. Oh, this is a tough one. The Lamborghini Aventador is a beast, known for its raw power and aggressive handling. But the De Tomaso P72 has that sleek, modern edge, and probably a more advanced AI driving style. If it comes down to pure speed and grip, I might give a slight edge to Wayne Gretzky with the 72. But Calicum Bunny's Aventador isn't exactly slow either, so don't count it out just yet. It's going to be a close race for sure. And we're off at the JS Turbo GP track. Starting strong at pole is bot Morningstar with a sleek 2019 McLaren Speedtail. Buckle up folks, this one's going to be interesting. U20 Plays has taken an early lead, with Morningstar right behind in second. Aishya Hove is holding on to third place, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Kyroscope is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 4 cars. Telescope Bima is making moves, now in 11th after passing 3 I. Inserope Starks is storming through, now in 12th after overtaking 6 cars. Josh Biosh is on the move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Uidos is also making a charge, grabbing 12th after passing 3 rivals. Cubber is on a roll, moving up 5 spots to 14th. The race is heating up. Fragu is climbing up to 4th place. Telescope Bima and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for 8th. Kyroscope advances to 4th place. Lil Sprout climbs to 7th. Kakrishkanya and Josh Biosh are locked in a close fight for 10th. Zotsfied is driving a 2012 Jaguar CX-75, a sleek hybrid hypercar known for its futuristic design and impressive speed. Their race looks like a slow climb, currently in 10th place, so they might need a miracle to catch up. Roses is closing in on Unknown Tactis fast, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Kyroscope has climbed up to 3rd place. Ablase is also moving up now in 5th. Cobber just gained a spot and is now in 13. Gaming Fight Cancer is closing the gap on Krishki by a second. 2. Wayne Nebretsky moved up 1 spot and is now in 18. Litoscope Beim is climbing up to 7th place. Lil Sprout and Belescope Beim are nose to nose for 7. Josh Bush and Zots Fired are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Ablaze now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Little Sprout has moved up to 7th place, also gaining 1 spot. Josh Biosh is in 9th place, inching forward by 1 spot. Belescope Beim and Lil Sprout are nose to tail for 7th place. Cobber and Ovidus are locked in a close fight for 12. Kyroscope is chipping away at H2 Hovia, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Belescope Beim has climbed 1 spot to 7th. Belescope Beim and Fragut are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Netserops is slicing through the field, now in 6th place after overtaking 4 cars. Zots Fired and Josh Biosh are nose to nose for 10th. Kikrich and Ovidus are locked in a close fight for 13. Netserops Starks is climbing up to 5th place. Cobber is also moving up to 11. Zots Fired and Cobber are nose to nose for 11th. Unknown Tactis is driving a Radical RXC Turbo 600R and is currently in the 21st place. Their race looks steady, just a little behind the leaders, but no overtakes yet. Wow, Morning Starsoul really sped to victory. Guess they're the fastest star in the sky now. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Morning Starsoul for winning the race. That's an impressive achievement. Looks like they've got some serious driving skills, even if it's all just AI behind the wheel. Can't wait to see if they can keep up their winning streak. Here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that the classic Indy cars, especially from the golden era, had engines that sounded like a thunderstorm on wheels. They used big V8s that produced a distinctive roar, making every race feel like a symphony of speed and power. And get this, back in the day, some of those cars could reach speeds over 220 miles per hour. Talk about racing on the edge of reality. Alright. This is a classic showdown between a vintage beauty and a slightly newer classic. Joey 1 is rolling in that 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy, a car with legendary status and probably a lot of charm. On the other hand, Betsma is behind a 1960 Scarab Indy, which might be a bit more modern and potentially a little more agile. Given the cars, I'd probably lean towards Joey 1 because that Ferrari has a reputation for grace and speed, even if it's a bit older. But hey, the Scarab isn't exactly a slouch. It's going to be a close race, but I think Joey 1 might just have the edge on this one. We'll see if the vintage charm can outpace the slightly newer machine. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Masterclose Short Loop. And look at this! The classic IndyCars class is led by bot DC Kipizio Goods in a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. It's starting on pole and ready to dazzle us all. The race kicks off with DC Kipizio Gears taking the lead, followed closely by Thuths 84 in second place, and Arayu Serial holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Singoshi advances to third place. Darigals climbs to 8th. Betsma moves into 10th. The race is heating up. Singoshi is climbing up to second place. Arayu Serial is also moving up to third. Marjakoblaj is making a move to 17. Turbo Benzina is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 15. Autumn Thunderbird is inching closer to the top, now in 4th. Darigals is also on the rise, moving up 2 spots to 6th. Betsma and Athena CNC are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Krendelev has climbed 1 spot to 10th. Turbo Benzina is also up 1 spot, now in 15th. Ixnobodixel climbs to 10th place. Kikas Lady X3 advances to 12th. Turbo Benzina is right behind in 13th. Turbo Benzina and Kikas Lady X3 are nose to tail for 12th. Turbo Benzina is making a move up the field, climbing 2 spots to 11th place. Grandelive and Turbo Benzina are nose-to-nose fighting for that 11th spot. Leonardo is also climbing 2 spots up to 14th place. Leonardo and Kickus Lady X3 are neck and neck for 13th place. Shotskis and Unclearly Gaming are locked in a fierce fight for 17th. Shotskis just overtook Unclearly Gaming and is now in 17th place. They're nose to nose, so this could get interesting. Marja Koblech is driving a 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B. He's currently in the middle of the pack in 17th place, and has a best lap time of 1 minute and 91 milliseconds. Looks like he's struggling to find speed today. Leonardo just nudged into the 13th place. Kickus Lady X3 is right behind, so this could get interesting. Marja Koblech is now in 14th place, climbing 2 spots. Kickus Lady X3 and Marja Koblech are still battling hard for that 14th spot. Shotskis has gained 1 position and is now in 17th place. Wow, DCK Base Yogurts just took the victory. Clearly, they're the fastest thing on wheels today. Well done. Wow. Congratulations to DCK Bezirogers for winning the race. That was a great drive. Really impressive. And hey, Turbo Benzina, you did the most overtakes, so you get to claim the 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B. Nice work out there, folks. This race is really heating up. Oh, the LEGO Speed Champions track is like a tiny universe of racing chaos. Fact is that it actually features some of the most detailed mini-sets you'll find in LEGO, from famous race cars to tiny pit stops. It's almost like building your own little racing world, but then turning it into a mini demolition derby when the AI cars crash into each other. Oh, wow. This is like classic car showdown in a tiny LEGO universe. Both of these cars are legends in their own right, but in this LEGO version, I'd say the Ferrari might have a slight edge, because of its iconic reputation and the sleek design. Still, the Alfa Romeo Tipo 33T12 has that racing pedigree that shouldn't be underestimated. It's a close call, but my money is on the Ferrari for that extra boost of racing charisma. Who do you think is going to take the checkered flag? Everyone, the race is underway at the LEGO Speed Champions track and on pole. We have the Group 6 bot Mission Man, driving a classic Nonstop 3, Alfa Romeo Tipo, 33T, 12 all-neo. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the digital competition. Mission Man has taken the lead right out of the gate. Merchican Live is holding strong in second place. Cliff Zone is sitting in third, trying to keep up. Turbo Benzina advances to 6th place. Cloudy climbs to 8th place. Brenda Booster and Cloudy are nose to tail fighting for 8th. Cloudy's driving a vintage 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like she's holding steady in 8th place, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Mission Man is dropping back to 15th place. Merchican Live is climbing to 1st. Cliff Zone is moving up to 2nd. Yamasta Dema 9000 just overtook someone to take 3rd place. V39 and Yamasta the Gamer 9000 are nose to nose for 3rd. Mission Man is closing in on Lisa Shibi, shrinking the gap by 3.4 seconds. Mission Man is closing in on Lisa Shibi, now just a few seconds behind. Turbo Benzina has climbed up to 4th place. Dazlinado has also moved up 1 spot, now in 5th. Wrath 92 and The Empress are nose to nose for 11th place. Mission Man is sneaking up on Lisa Shibi, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Rain T2 climbs to 11th place. Mission Man is narrowing the gap to Lisa Shibi by almost 4 seconds. Wrath 92 is driving a vintage Chevrolet Camaro from 1970. They're currently in 12th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack, but hanging in there. Merchican Live is holding the lead and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly got the pace. Expect him to defend that position until the checkered flag. V39 is driving a 1973 Alfa Romeo Tipo 33 T2 12. The same as the race leader. Their race seems steady with a good start, but they haven't set a fast lap yet. Wrath 92 and Wolf's Light are neck and neck for 10th place. Mission Man is closing in on the Lashibi fast, shrinking the gap by almost 4 seconds. Merchican Live is leading in the 1973 Alfa Romeo Tipo 33 T12, which is known for its balance and agility. Looks like they're holding a solid lead with the fastest lap so far. Turbo Benzina and Yamasta the Gamer 9000 are nose to nose for 3rd place. Mission Man is chopping down the gap to Lisa Shibi by 2.20 seconds, so expect some action soon. Yamasta Tagama 9000 is gaining on Cliff Zone, closing in by 1 second. Dazlinado has climbed up to 4th place. Mission Man is chipping away at Lisa Shibi's lead, narrowing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Vey, 39, is driving a 1973 Alfa Romeo Tipo 33 T12, same as the leader. They're holding a solid 6th place but are a bit behind the top contenders. Looks like a steady race so far. Das Leonardo is now in 4th place. Vey 39 has moved into 5th. Brando Booster climbs to 6th. The race is heating up. Wow, Merchican Live. You must be thrilled to win. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow, Merchican Live really pulled off the Triple Crown. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and overtaking like a pro. That's some serious domination right there. Big congratulations to them. Definitely a performance to remember. Looks like they're the driver to beat today. Alright everyone, it looks like we need a quick pit stop for some stream maintenance. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes to keep the racing action going. Grab a snack.